Good day, everyone. Today it's time to do a great deal of questing. If you'll recall last time, we completed off with this head and transitioned into stage 2 of the game. Stage 2, like stage 4, are the two points of the game where the most new side quests become available. So we have a lot to do. Let's get started, shall we? There's this bloke out here who's missing a grimoire. For quest knowledge, you can run over and talk to this lady. She'll tell you about a thief she's found, and she's tell them where she saw them headed. That's purely for pawn knowledge. You don't really need it. The item in question will be there regardless. Let's see, we accepted. Yeah, we accepted that, which means there should be, if I could find Mason, he has an important side quest that will gain us access to a new shop. Alright, there's also this. He's a landlord, but his tenants are far behind on the rent, so he wants you to speak to them to help evict them. It's a fairly easy quest, although there are a couple ways to complete it. The one with the best reward, though, will cost you quite a chunk of gold, but again, this is hard mode, so you should be rolling around in gold. Well, I accidentally came here, but this is the Black Cat. This is where you can buy some really unique former DLC items. Theme-leering incense. Nothing of particular note here except wakestone shards. And I suppose skeleton keys. But there are various weapons that all have unique specialties. The stats aren't anything special, but generally they will have very specialized uses where they get a lot of bonus damage, such as these daggers being really good against the lizardmen, or this staff being especially powerful against goblins. Here's the notorious Revival Healbot staff. As you can see, even Goblin's Bane just at the gate is already stronger than it. Here's an Arch Staff that's really good against eye creatures. We'll be needing some of those later. You actually already saw some little Vile Eyes in Bitter Black Isle, but those are just the small fry. Hellfang is really good against beasties, like wolves, chimera, and the like, and so on and so forth. There are interesting looking armor sets, the hero set and the chaos set for red classes. Then you have the emissary set and the Minobi set for yellow classes. And then for sorcerers, you have the heresy set or the ancient set, although everyone can wear the ancient circlet, thankfully, as you'll notice my pawns are making use of. Various fashionable clothing options. hero's Cerecoat, which is quite nice looking. Similar in design to the Grand Cerecoat that she's currently wearing. Although the stats leave a lot to be desired. That being said, once gold forged, a lot of this is fairly decent. It's not going to blow you out of the water with how amazing its stats are, but you can make some nice fashionable sets with it without compromising your defenses too badly, as long as you upgrade it. Now, generally, some of these armors have spatial effects as you wear them. The emissary armor, for example, will spark with electricity just as you stand around. Monomi Court will smoke. There's like a black haze that flows off of it. Ancient Robe will glow. This magical green hue, which is pretty nice, and it has little hidden runes woven into the fabric that are very striking as it glows. These, now, might seem pretty useless, but if you have a male character or male pawns, these come in pretty handy for a certain little section we'll get to today, hopefully. Actually, I'll explain that later. If you want to cosplay as Mercedes or another character we haven't met yet. And here's some of the Dark Arisen characters' equipment. And so forth. You have the legs and the arms, the capes. Now the capes can actually be quite nice and don't compromise on their defenses. Of course, capes don't typically provide much when it comes to defense in the first place, but they generally have some pretty good debilitation resistances and elemental resistances. So you can buy some nice things there, and if you ever sell any piece of DLC equipment or just general quest reward equipment that are only acquirable by said quest, you can rebuy them here. Or that was an oopsie. Also, this is important. He can forge items. He can make a copy of them. It takes 24 in-game hours, and depending on the rarity of the item, the price will go up or down. But this is very invaluable and something you will be making a lot of use out of when it comes to rare monster materials such as Moonshimmer pelts, which are a bloody nightmare if you want to wear any of the trophies set in Bitter Black Isle. You'll want to claw in as many of those as you can. And there are also various items that you have to turn in for notice board quests, or side quests in general, that you can make duplicates of and turn into multiple people for double the reward. Just nice handy things you can do. Now Mason is typically, if he's not here in the center, then he's down here in the slums. That being said, I have, on more than one occasion, not been able to find him in either places, so I haven't the foggiest where he goes in that case. He doesn't seem to be here. So we might have missed him in transit. Oh, you could have grabbed onto that. Don't pretend otherwise. It's getting a little later, so we also need to keep this in mind because there are 3 people we need to talk to. It's a family, it's a husband, wife, and their son, and we need to speak to all 3 of them. And you can either convince them to leave their property, or you can go back to Fornival after talking to the 3 of them and offer to buy the property outright. Here's one of them. Here's the bugger. This is the man of the house, and he isn't always in the town. So sometimes you have to wait for him to spawn in, and he does his doomsday. Now, for the boy, he's actually up here in the noble quarter to start with. Right over here. Speak to him and he'll run away angry. Doesn't want to listen. Sorry. We gotta play a little bit of hide and seek. And I haven't the foggiest how he got up here, but he got up to the roof. But while we're here, there's a quest here. This man, this blacksmith's son, has died, but he's had legend of a stone that can revive. And we happen to have a couple pieces of wakestone shards, and he gives you another one. And when you get 3 wakestone shards, they become a wakestone. So, if we just use said wakestone, up he comes. And there's one quest down. Easy as. Go ahead and hop off over here. I need to do some roof parkour. Yeah, I honestly haven't the foggiest how he got up here. He's just a wee lad. Alright, now we can go try to track down Vulnerable. Speak to him to buy the property. Now, Vulnerable is usually up at his house, which is in the Noble Quarter, or heading down to the Black Cat for who knows what. Just trying to keep an eye out for Mason. Now, the path he takes is actually here, so we could catch him in transit. Go ahead and grab this while we're here. This will be turned in later. There's Vulnerable's daughter. We'll be getting acquainted with her for a quest after we complete this one. So Vulnerable isn't here, which means he should be down here by the Black Cat. Should being the opportune word here. Interesting, he's not here. Well, since we are back here again, I can show you a nice little hidden area. So if you'll recall, in the encampment last stream, we went and we found in a treasure chest a mysterious journal page. And right here is another one. Again, prepping for the future. It's really unfortunate that we're having such difficulty finding Fornival. There are lots of little loot and chests scattered all across these roofs in Grand Soren, and you get pawn knowledge from as you traverse them. The exact spots that trigger them is the knowledge gains are a bit wonky, so it's one of those things you'll just have to do a few times and hope it finally clicks for them. It's definitely recommended to be a class that has either levitate or a double jump available to do this, just for extra safety. A fighter or a warrior can navigate the roofs alright, but better safe than sorry. It is a long way down. A little too long at times can trigger my acrophobia a bit. Seems one of our pawns fell. It's pretty amusing, actually. And if you want down, you just easy as. Of course, if we came over here, we could have came down on one of these, but what's the fun in that? Still no mason. It's very, very odd. Normally he actually appears again with his quest when you accept Barnaby's quest. We'll go check the aqueducts one last time. Oh dear, there goes the boy again. So the idea is you catch him like you did the thief in Cazadus, and that convinces him to listen to what Fornival's saying. Still a mason. Very, very odd. Well, this is hardly the first time this has happened to me, where he is stubborn about showing up. So, I guess we will. Since it's dark, we'll go ahead and rest at the inn. And get started on and check for Fornival and Mason one more time. They should be findable. in the morning. Hopefully. But either way, soon we will get started on quest instead of running around like headless chickens. Alright, where are you, lad? He should be in now. There he is. Buy the land. 80,000 gold. Now, if we went to the family and spoke to them, they will all three give you a moderately rare item as a reward apiece. The wife gives you a matured green warish, which is a better curative than potent green warish even is. The boy gives you a pretty stone, which normally you'd have to mine for, or get off a certain enemy later in the game. And I forget what the papa gives you. Still no mason, it seems. Well, here at least. I know he takes this path. Because I've seen him walk it. Either way, if he's not here, we're going to teleport to Kazadis, because after accepting that quest, there's one more. Oh, they teleported to me. There's one more side quest available on Kazadis right now. Technically, there's a second as well, but it is a follow-up to the quest we did in the well. However, it doesn't become available until 7 in-game days after we completed the first quest. Or, silly me, I forgot to get a very important item as of storage. So, let's talk about fast travel again. I explained pretty much all of it, to be fair, last stream, but Dark Arisen is kind enough to gift you with a very lovely item. Once you arrive in Grand Soren, it will appear in your storage. So normally fairy stones are one use only. But this little beauty, as just as it says on the tin, eternal, which means, well, as already expect, it's inexhaustible. It will always be there. So instead of having to carry around a handful so you don't accidentally run out and get stranded somewhere while you're running late to your dentist appointment. Okay, seems the other quest isn't available yet. When the other quest is available, as we run past the well, there will be a voice call out to us from it. The camera will snap to it as well. So it's not been 7 in-game days since we cleared the well out the first time. Now, will he be down here? If you'll recall the man that we told about his brother's death, He has a quest for us. An adventurous young lad in the village has decided to, funnily enough, he has decided to go on a little journey, and they're rightfully worried about him because he's a bit of a bit clumsy. You can actually talk and get some information about his maid here. So what this is he's a bit of a stubborn one. So when we find him, he's going to be in a bad way. And as you can see, there's something there that wasn't there before. Alright, you have to wait for him to get done with the animation before you can speak to him. Give him a healing herb, and he goes about his merry way. And because he doesn't learn his lesson, he ends up collapsing again. Doesn't get very far either. I mean, come on, mate, you're right there. You can't crawl a little bit? Weak. Look at you. Nah, it may come as a shock to you, but he still hasn't learned his lesson yet. I haven't the foggiest how he gets to this next place. But here we go. But first, I'm going to make a quick little detour in here for no particular reason. Because, if you'll recall, one of our notice board quests is to give Selene a Grancy's herb to acquire a draught of hair veil. So, we'll get right on that. Grancy's herbs are scattered kind of all over the place, but since I keep storing everything my pawns pick up, actually, I'm pretty sure in the case you're starting out and you've not stumbled across one, I'm fairly certain that there's one in the inn in Cazadis. So we'll go check that instead of just grabbing one out of storage when anyone watching could potentially not have access to. But generally the little buggers grow all over the place. Just enough stamina. Alright, if you'll notice, in towns, in Cazadis and Grand Soren, your stamina doesn't deplete when you sprint. It actually just regens. That is not what I wanted to do, but I'm glad I did it. The other three I'll escort quests. There we go. I thought so. Glad my memory didn't fail me that much. So, Grancy's herb right there. Make sure you grab it. And now, We're free to go track down this lost lad, and after doing so, as you might have figured out, based off of who we need to deliver this Crown's hair to, we're heading to the Witchwood again. But that's not all we're doing, because if you'll recall, that grimoire is very much up in the air as well that we need to find. And it happens to be in the area as well. But for quest knowledge for the pawns, there's actually a step, an extra step. If you'll recall, we talked to the lady at the item shop in Grand Soren, and she said she saw a bandit make off with something that looked like a scripture and head this way, or this way. So, we find out from him what he did with the bloody thing. He ran along Moonspit Pass, which is where we escorted the Hydra head through. There are actually branching paths here that I will take the time to show you eventually. If I remember. Hopefully I do. So, we need to make sure this guy doesn't get wrecked. Oi. Is that all of them? Right, I'll speak to him. Okay, he speaks to you on your side. And now he tells you that he gave the grimoire to a particular band of local bandits. So remember how I told you, oh dear, the wolves have respawned? Interesting things you can do with wolves. If you have a flask of water, you can waste their time by throwing it at them. If they get doused in water or oil, none of that. Where did my aim go? Mercy. If you douse them in oil or water, they will roll around, they will shake themselves off and roll around on the ground to dry off or to clean themselves. That's actually a bit of pawn knowledge that's kind of obscure and some people miss. It's fairly easy to miss. Wait a minute. Alright, there you are. Now the boulder shouldn't have respawned yet, but the bandits likely have. Although I don't see him up there, so looks like we're clear for a moment. Nice overcast day. There actually is variations on the weather in this game. There are even times where it gets quite almost misty and foggy looking. Which is a nice touch. Alright. Those bandits are still gone. However, remember last time I told you there were some bloody nightmarish bandits over here. Guess where we need to go now? Definitely save. Definitely. because these guys are monsters. Actual rude sods. Alright. They're archers, they're fighters, they're striders. The archers are the worst. The others are easy enough to dodge, but yes, if you'll recall, we were sort of ripping through the other ones. These guys are both tanky and pack a wallet. Luckily, we were able to soften them up from a decent range. Turns out Hunter Bolt's pretty useful in Grancis. Who knew? Of course, this isn't all of them either. There are 2 other sets of them down there with a friend that we will play with in a moment. Alright. Or but, I thought he was dead. Again, that's what I get for doing my own thinking. It's strange, there's usually a third one here. Huh. Well, here is the stronghold of the bandits. This is their headquarters. Notice how he's not attacking though. Strange. They're actually passive to you, as long as you don't attack them. And trust me, attacking them is a mistake because they're stronger than those guys outside even. And there are a lot of them. What's this? The leader even has a quest. It always amuses me. He's very verbose, despite being a barbarian-looking bandit. So, if you'll recall that thief in Kazadis, I wanted to pick this up, not talk to you, love. If you'll recall, that thief in Kazadis that we captured, well, we need to go fetch him and tell him to turn himself in, because what he was running away from was this bandit camp. He abandoned them. If you don't have one, which we do, there will be a Wakestone shard here that you can pick up, and then that should give you enough, because I'm pretty sure the lad whose son is gone, is dead, gives you 2 shards. So if you didn't already have some shards on hand to complete that quest, you can pick up one here, as long as you don't have one in your inventory. Unless there was some weird thing where they changed that, which I've not heard of. So, the Grimoire, however... Oh dear. No double jump or levitate needed, just some little jumps. Easy as. So, there's actually 2 parts to the request this bandit leader gave. It's actually an either or. You only have to do one of them to complete the quest and turn into him for reward. But if you complete both of them, you get more reward. Also, the order you do them affects how the quest wraps up, or rather the dialogue. There's not really a change in anything that happens besides that, but your pawn's quest knowledge will be incomplete unless you complete both variants, unless you complete it in both orders. Which typically means you'll have to go through a New Game Plus if you're playing through solo, or offline as it were, to get your pawn full quest knowledge. Whereas normally, well, typically random people will rent your pawn and they'll complete the quest in a variety of manner. Alright, now that we got to this point, let's save, because this is even more dangerous to fight because there are more archers down here. And they can hide behind trees very easily. They can also shoot through the bloody things. Let's do the same thing and... oh dear. Is this a nice level? Ah, see, there's an archer behind that tree right now. Luckily she pulled him down. Oh, that lad ran away from her. It's very odd. We're not out of the woods yet though, even though we've cleaned up these boys. Because again, there's a second set of them. Or miasma. Is that the first time she's actually casted that? As you can see, there's a large lad down there with a club. And there'll be a set of bandits. Yeah, there you go. As you can see, they're right there. Make sure to save, because again, just one random arrow and it's curtains for us. And you don't want to have to track and retrace your steps, because that's that can be a bit annoying, depending on your level of patience. Ah, and there are even more here. Luckily, the archers are focusing on the pawns. And snare might be a better move than I gave it credit for, just because it knocks the enemy down. Alright, now where's the mate at? Ah, notice how he has a helmet. That could be trouble, but luckily, if you climb on him, he will try to snatch you. Oh no. Unfortunately, they got him into a different animation. Oh, now he's right nettled. Oh no. And there we go. All it took was one stomp. That was really unfortunate. If she hadn't have broken his tusk, he was beginning to reach for me. Now, if you're not careful, he will grab you and munch on you a wee bit. And that's very much painful, as one would expect. But in attempting to reach, he will knock his own helmet off, which leaves the squishy eye vulnerable. Remember, kids, save and save often, especially when you're in a new area. What's on here? Why, mate, come in. So, Cyclops is weak to lightning, as I explained the first time we fought one. Striking him with it will basically stun lock him, and will make him drop the club, if you hit him in the arm at least. Okay. Let's try to not be silly this time. So, what we need is Hair not to strike him with lightning and keep him stunned, and for him to calm down enough to want to grab me. Ah, her timing is impeccable. Just the worst. Luckily, my pawn's attempting to do the same. Alright, listen here, Lars. Alright, lad, recover now. Come on. Come on. No, he's angry again. So he's gonna throw him a hizzy. Nah, I don't have the stamina for this. They've got him killed anyway, even though they got his weak point. So Cyclops take 1/5 of the regular damage, even from magic, on their arms and legs. It's just their head, and then especially their eye, that take bonus damage. He's also very prone to various debilitations. So he's a good thing to practice if you want to learn how to be a nice debilitator. And that was the third Cyclops we needed for that little quest. The reward was actually, and the reward for a lot of these, it was a grievous black archstaff. Now typically, if black or annealed is in the name, they will douse an enemy in oil with their basic attacks. The chance of doing so improves as you upgrade them, and with oiled weapons, they also get, in addition, can blind enemies, so they can blind and cover them in oil. Whereas rusted weapons can inflict torpor and poison. And then golden weapons can silence and... Unfortunately, I always forget what the second effect they can do is, but silence is the important one for them, for sure. Nah. Wait. Where even are they? Okay, there he was. That's odd. Normally they're all around here. Like that one. Alright, that was very rude. See, as you can see, I had no idea he was nearby because I was aiming, so my peripheral was lowered quite significantly. Another handy tip for wolves and the like is to set them on fire. They're quite weak to fire, actually. And they will take the time to stop, drop, and roll on the ground to put themselves out, which just leaves them open for attacks. However, there is a particular enemy that looks like it's in the wolf family that you do not want to hit with fire, Oh, I guess that's just a wee bit too strong. I did not even see you there. I'm actually blind. But those, well, at least unless we get back into Bitter Black, are a long, long way away. And here's the third and final stop for this lad. This is the one that's kind of tricky about having to wait for his little animation to cancel before you can finally speak to him and give herbs. And now, fortunately it's getting dark, which means it can be a bit tricky to navigate this forest. A bit. There's actually some fairly nice loot in the chests here, but again, I generally try to just stick to the path. If you want to explore, I definitely recommend pulling up the Witchwood page on the wiki, on the Dragon's Dogma wiki, and keeping a good eye on the map for it. Actually, that goes for most places, frankly. They have loot tables and the like. Shows you what you can find. It's fairly up to date. Although I would caution some of the game mechanic information they have, the more in-depth stuff when it comes to number crunching, but that's neither here nor there. The basic stuff like the maps, where to find certain items, they have a pretty good handle on. You know, it actually would be a good thing if it got dark, because one of these quests we picked up needs 5 phantoms for one of those golden weapons, actually. And at night, instead of wolves... Oh dear. They were late to spawn, so they tricked me into thinking that it was already night. That wasn't very kind of you, little puppers. Alright, where'd you go, lad? I saw you run up here. Grass is a bit heavy, so it's not the easiest to see them. They actually blend in quite well. Just up here, the mining node. Some greens varish. Generally you can mine from nodes about 3 to 4 times before they empty out, but different places can be a bit different with it. Not like this one apparently. You know that you've mined a node out when these little crystals that you can see, vanish. Oi. That ensnare might be a better move than I thought. It's just the... It's rough. Strider actually has a lot of really nice attacks that are exclusive to the class. Ah, and here we are. It's night time now. Here is a phantom. This is the first of the spectral type enemies. They are completely immune to physical. They take 0 damage from physical weapons. You pass right through them. You have to use magic to kill them. Now, our spider. Now, these ghosty-like enemies, if you get too close to them, can actually possess you. Unfortunately, she keeps killing them. Before I get a chance to demonstrate. There we go. So, when they possess you, your pawns can actually attack you to free you from the ghost. And then they actually take damage from the physical weapons. Of course, magic can still free you as well. Now, if a pawn gets possessed and ever loses all of their health, they will drag them back to the rift and you'll have to go to a rift crystal to resummon them. While as of course, if you run out of health, you just die. So that's the first of the spectral enemies in the game. Generally, even if you built full physical, if you equip some enchanted weapons, or you have just a mage or somebody to enchant your weapons temporarily, that will be enough for your weapons to actually do damage to them and do fine. However, the stronger variants, that stops being the case, especially the ones in Bitter Black. There's a particular set of them in Bitter Black that are a bloody nightmare. Even if you're using magic, they can be a bit of a nightmare. They do a lot of damage, and they seem quite tanky. We'll give her a herb. Wonder what she recalled from. Normally they only do that when you draw a weapon. She's a nice lass, just living alone in the woods. Not bothering anybody. So, if you recall, we can leave the shortcut here. Alright, the bandit quest. I feel like I got distracted and I didn't explain the second half of it. There are actually two special bands of thieves that actually have strongholds on the map. And then of course there are varied random independent bandit squads just here or there. Let's go ahead and cheese these buggers. And specifically there's a set of lady bandits to the north. They're all female. In fact, they quite dislike menfolk. Probably you could think of them as analogous to traditional mythological Amazonians, as there's a lot of Greek mythological inspiration in this game. Something amusing about seeing a goblin just casually jaunting along with a torch on the road. So the other request is to kill 10 of said lady bandits. Now, as one might expect, those lady bandits might have a reciprocal quest from their leader, and you'd be correct in that assumption. So for hares, again, 2 requests: kill 10 of the male bandits, the specific male bandits. So go ahead and tell him to return to the bandits and offer up his life. So that's half the request done. Of course, your quest log doesn't update until he actually gets out of town. And now, it's night, so I probably can't. Yeah. Unless he's out here. have to wait till morning. That's fine though. We'll take a quick nap. Always double and triple check this, even though I know we're not getting new stuff yet. So we could run right back to that bandit and turn in that quest and complete it, but there's no sense in forgoing extra reward. Wait, is he outside? Yeah, he's outside now. He's at his boat, isn't he? Or not? Guess he's just getting back from the trip or something. Ah, he came from the pub. That's where he came from. There's actually a pub right here. So now that's over with. And again, we could just turn in the bandit's quest, but it's easy to get more rewards for no real difficulty. So, harpies. Now, those lady bandits. If you'll recall, at the Black Cat, there's a set of ladies' garb. And I said it had an important function. If you have any male pawns or members in your... If any of the members of your party are male. Because again, the lady bandits really dislike the menfolk. So they will attack on sight if there's a man in the party. However, somehow, if you slap the set of ladies' garb on the bloke, they'll be none the wiser. Well, where's the goblins then? Oh, there he is. Shouldn't there be a third one? Perhaps not. That being said, I typically always run with a full female party. Most of the pawns in the rift are ladies, so it's not like it's particularly common that you're going to have a bloke unless you're playing as one, or you've made your main pawn one. But in the case... But if that is the case, then you know what to do. You need a set of ladies' garb for each bloke in the party. It can be a bit annoying if your support pawns are male, because you can't then go back and get them back to their regular equipment unless you send them back in the rift and then rehire them to get them back in their normal armor. But it is funny to see them in the dress. Oh, that guy came out of nowhere. So right there's actually a guard that patrols the road and will help you fight the wolves and the bandits occasionally if they happen to be nearby when you start a scuffle with one. Are there more of them still? Oh, you've already slid down the hill. Look at you. Oh, but as I was saying earlier about the Strider, that ensnare seems like a pretty decent move, actually. It's just a shame that Strider's got so many really nice moves. Ones that even do more damage as well. That it's kind of difficult to excuse using it if you're wanting to quote-unquote min-max it all, I guess. Or be efficient. That being said, you're pretty flexible in the game to fight in a variety of ways. So, you definitely don't have to mimic my playstyle. So I'm going to show you one of the shortcuts in Moonspit Pass. We actually have a quest to kill 10 harpies. So if they've respawned, like they should have, then we can knock off some of those to number, or all 10 of them. But they seem to still be dead, so that's unfortunate, but oh well. And here is the shortcut. There's actually two. There's an interesting little path down there. And this way, I'll backtrack and show you that. No, actually, yeah, I'll sort of backtrack. There are bandits in this little path here. Don't forget the archer up here on the ledge. He thinks he's cheeky. Just like that, bandits eliminated. And it takes you out right here. Right next to out of the pass. And of course there's the path to Grand Soren right here. However, there's also another little path up here that leads to a fairly large field. It's a nice little area. There are goblins and hobgoblins here. Also a very nice overlook of Grand Soren proper. And the Eston Plains, which is the name of these fields around here. You can even see the curse wood over there. Oi, oi, oi. That was a bit dangerous, mate. I could have died. Here I was trying to sightsee with everyone. Very rude. These little buggers can be a bit of a thing. They're very defensive. If he hunkers up with his shield, you can't really damage him. But he typically staggers pretty easy and then he takes all of the damage. If you'll notice, the pawn said something about blows to the head work well. Goblins and bandits, and pretty much any humanoid appearing enemy, such as even cyclopes and ogres and the like, take double damage to their head. Or, well, goblins take double damage. Most things take even more damage to their head. Also, another thing that the pawns are bad to say. Well, not bad to say per se, but it can be slightly misleading because it's not quite. It doesn't quite work out the way they word it. Where they say they're weak to ice and fire both. Now, in actuality, they don't have any particular weakness to either element. However, they are weak to the debilitations caused by said elements. They can be frozen, and especially they can be set on fire quite easily. And in particular, when they get set on fire, they panic and run away and stop attacking. You almost feel sorry for them. Almost. This guy thinks he's clever with the blocks. Yeah, there are quite a few of them up here and they just keep coming. Interestingly enough, this place is also home to an interesting little stone structure called the Stones of Carriage. Going through his area. Nice overlook of the ocean, as it is. The encampment will be over there. Although it's a bit, as you can see, it's already quite misty. Thanks, game, for proving the concept of slightly dynamic weather. Interestingly enough, this is not the only place with this kind of little unique stone formation. There's another one far to the southwest, which I'll show you when we take the notion to explore down there. However, some blast arrows. Also ground grapes, always nice to have. Where is this hobgoblin? Oh, there he is. Oh, another one. Easy enough. Alright, so if you'll recall, in the other shortcut, there was a little place we looked. Yeah, you don't want to go down there quite yet. If you'll recall, that other path, you can actually see an opening in the rock kind of right there, where it overlooks this place. Now if you go here, there's a nice little ledge, so you can just about survive. And now, you can just about, there you go, easy as. Without going splat. And there are actually a couple of harpies bathing in the river. But here's an interesting little ambush. Another old tusky boy. Now, luckily here there's a river, which is very handy to show you a mechanic. Not yet, Slav. Let's see if he can get drenched. Okay, I'll hold you for a moment. So, covered in water. What does it do? Well, it makes you more vulnerable to being frozen solid, but it also makes you more vulnerable to being stunned by lightning, and you take more damage from it as well. Specifically, it doubles the damage from lightning. And remember that these blokes are already super weak to lightning. So normally he'd be in the river and be a little wet, so he would have already been gotten. But it didn't work out like that for us. He just didn't get far enough. Feels bad. Ooh, but he did leave us a lot of money that he just fell on, and now we have to wait for him to decay so we can actually pick it up. Oh, this is a good example. Notice how the body decay looks quite a bit different than it does in Bitter Blood. Or you can just go ahead and pick it up through all the viscera and such. Funnily enough, despite the fact that they're Cyclops, they can drop more than one misshapen eye. That's probably unintended, but it is funny. So, on the way from Grand Soren to Khazardus, if you want to just dash along, this is the quickest way. Just hop, skip, and jump through the field there, slide down the cliff here, and then you just run along the coast here. You'll come to the encampment and on to Khazardus. And then the other shortcut you can take either way, and it just forgoes fighting all the harpies and the potential bandits and the rocks that are falling and the like. So we'll go ahead and tally the Grand Soren. Because we have, incidentally, there's a fairy stone here that will respawn after a certain amount of time. Of course, we don't need the regular ones because we have the eternal one, but it's good to know for those that, for whatever reason, don't have access to it, including those that just have the vanilla game. Nah, maybe Mason will pop up. Maybe. Either way, we'll turn this grimoire in. There he goes. Oh, right. Remember the phantoms we fought in the Witchwood? That's where we acquire the miasmite that he's wanting for the next stage of his quest. I really wish Mason would show up. Pretty sure I'm not mistaken and you don't actually have to. Tribute Ledger, that's one of the things we picked up in Fornival's home. So we can already turn that in. Speaking of Fornival, after completing the Land of Opportunity quest, after 24 in-game days, he will have a new quest for us, which should be available soon. I really wish I could find Mason. And just to prep for that, I'm going to grab a flask of water. Just for convenience sake. You can just buy them right here from this lady we talked to. That we talked to about the grimoire. It's getting a bit dark. There we go, there's one of the big quests. We need 50 war bugles. Luckily, one of these quests will give us 40 of those. This one, 15 undead warriors. The Saurian are easy to find. There are actually a set of Saurians right next to. So here's the bandit stronghold that we were at earlier. Well, right here is a little river. And there are Saurians all around this area. A great deal of them. And there are also some just right outside here in Grand Soren. In fact, I guess I could go and show you. Also, notice there are wild boar in here. 5 of them. And there are 4 oxen right here. Take note of that because their notice board quests actually kill a certain number of both of them. And every time you exit and enter this door, they will respawn. I'll just let that simmer in your mind a little bit. I think you can do the figuring about that, what that means. As for the Saurians, right here. And remember, super weak to ice. Frozen solid. If that killed him, it would have shattered completely. Incidentally, if you see these rocks right here, there is a chance, occasionally, for an ambush of Saurians up there that are cloaked and invisible. Well, Predator style invisible, as it were. Sort of a shimmering distortion. It's fairly rare. This is fairly anecdotal. I have no actual hard proof of this, but it seems to be something that becomes more common later in the game. But it could be coincidence. As we ford the river, we'll come across 3 more. There's another here. Here, lizard. That's a good lad. Oh, even left us some coins. Already. I just whiff completely, why don't I? And that's all of them over here. However, there's some more down the river that way. There's a set down in a smaller little creek on over here, like right around that area. And then this bank, there's still a handful more of them as well. So there are quite a few of them. Incidentally, the Eastern Plains here is a lovely place to leave from this door, kill the Saurians, run up here. There'll be goblins and wolves up here. Goblins here, and make a loop. You enter here, go back up here, exit here. Things should respawn after sleeping a little bit. for discipline point farming for you when you want to level up your vocations. So you equip those perseverance rings that we looped for in Bitter Black. You swap yourself to whichever vocation you want the augment from. As you go and kill, because if you'll notice, these guys aren't quite giving even 1,000 experience, which is about the best bang for your buck you're going to get fairly easy when it comes to discipline point farming. So you just do that loop a few times. Now, admittedly, it can take a while, depending on what class it is and how far you have to rank up to get to unlock the augments you want. But it's a way to do it, as opposed to waiting till post-game for the AFK method that's available there, which I'll show you in the distant future when we get to that point. However, now it's getting dark, so I'm just going to go back in here, check once again to see if Mason's popped up. If not, we might take a slight detour from side quests and go ahead and complete the next story quest, because the trigger for Mason appearing again may be completing the next quest as opposed to just accepting it. I feel like that's not supposed to be how it works, but there are occasional little small hiccups like this when it comes to this sort of thing that can occur. So if we can't find him, we'll go ahead and complete that. First, I need to dump off a lot of excess weight into storage. And I'll see him here. I only need about 2 of them. Technically, I don't need any of them until I actually go back to Bitter Black. And she's carrying some extra ones anyway. Of course, we're getting to the point where we're at leveling them a bit. So, might be time to hop in the Rift and upgrade our support pawns to some higher level ones. So, when it comes to getting bonus experience, having less pawns or having pawns that are lower level than you yourself are will increase the amount of experience points you get. Level wise, this scales up to you being 25 levels above them. After that, you no longer get an increasing amount of experience, and it stays at the bonus that it had already gotten to by that point. That being said, generally, I feel like we level up fairly alright, especially when you get into deeper Bitter Black. and just start playing around there. As long as you don't rush through and you actually take your time and kill some things, you start shooting in levels really quickly. Meaning you're probably going to naturally start out leveling your support pawns before you even have a chance to change them out. So we'll go ahead in here and have a go at this quest. So, this next story quest, Lure of the Abyss, is to explore the Everfall. Welcome to the Everfall. Very interesting little place. So, a cheesy thing you can do if you have a wake stone is to just high dive off and splat on the ground and revive yourself. And you can, it's actually the speedrun tactic to hop down there. But I don't have a wake stone, so I'm going to forgo doing such a thing. Also, can't really show you the quest if we skip the quest, can we? This is actually a handy place to go for early levels, and again, discipline farming. You can run in here if you get tired of doing the loop outside, and then come back here when this place respawns in a few days. Because there are quite a few enemies in here. There are a large number of enemies in here that give a medium amount of experience, similar to the lizardmen. Which of course gives you a decent amount of discipline points per kill. Now, undead, as one might expect, are super weak to holy. Unfortunately, since the way Hunter Bolt works, it pretty much only hits one target, unless it's a big O target with lots of points to target. I feel like I'm overusing the word target, but I think you understand what I mean, hopefully. Since it only hits once, it can do less damage than one would like. The door was locked, so we need to go to this side path to get around it. An explosive barrel and skellies. What do we do with that combination? Again, skeletons are weak to blunt damage. They're actually resistant to all magic except for holy magic, of which they're quite weak to. And since they're humanoid, they also take extra damage to the head. Up here is a nice little Seeger's token. You can actually find a slight upgrade to your magic bar in that chest occasionally. A slight upgrade from like the walking stick that you might have had. Magician's Crutch, I believe it's called. Now, if you recall, there were a couple skellies that spawned right here. Need to respawn them. Oh dear, our money just about dropped off the into the abyss. That would have been a bad. So, now that we've bypassed this door, if you'll look, see right here is a lever that will open this door. However, it will close this gate, and it does this for every corresponding door and gate in the entire dungeon. So all the gates along the main path will be open, but all of these little sidebars will be closed. So what I like to do is skip the lever for now. One thing that's lovely about this is even if there's a short roof, which there isn't here, hitting the roof doesn't interrupt the spell at all. Doesn't block, it goes through. Throwing them at themselves actually does a decent amount of damage. If you'll notice what my pawn did right there, tapping a chest in victory there. Pawns actually have lots of little quirky animations and random behaviors that they'll do depending on various things, just their general personality. That's quite endearing as you travel along. Including if you stand still for long enough, they will often walk right in front of your face, kind of, and bend over and wave to you, almost like anybody are. It's pretty cute. There are lots of really charming quirks to pawns. Oh look, an ogre. So, obviously we can't get to him yet. Now this is actually a fairly well designed little trap here, because there was a skelly mage at the end and a bunch of skeleton swordsmen in between to get in our way. Luckily we were able to burst through quick enough before his spell casting got too annoying. Plus, he is just a skeleton mage as opposed to a sorcerer, so he can't do too devastating magic. More undead warriors that I still somehow completely whiff on. It's fascinating. And undead are quite weak to fire. And immolation does physical fire damage, but it scales off of both your weapons, your magic, you and your weapons, magic and physical stats. So it's one of the hybrid scaling skills in the game that Magick Archer and Mystic Knight have a few of. Now, when it comes to your spell bar, that's pure magic. Now, ogres are weak to fire, and being humanoid, take bonus damage from getting smacked in the face. Now, they're attracted to women in particular. This variant of ogre is. So they go into a hyper mode where they get faster and started swinging a lot more wildly. Interesting things about them is you can get them into a little loop if you climb on the back. And they try to... oh dear. You can get them into a little loop where you climb on their back and they'll jump up in the air to try to smush you under their weight. And then while they're on the ground, of course, anything that's on the ground takes substantially more damage. Another little trick, they'll do a little dash move where they try to clothesline somebody. Like a wrestler or something. And if you dodge it, as they try to stop their momentum, they'll be off balance. If you jump on them then, you'll knock them down for a longer period of time than them jumping themselves will. If you happen to have a shield, although it might be best to attempt to demonstrate this if I play through as a class that has a shield or magic shield, hint hint, for the next playthrough. Oh dear, I seem to be trapped in a very much bad place. He also has, in continuing the wrestling theme, he has a drop kick that if you perfect block, so you time your block appropriately. In fact, we could actually see it perhaps if Katarina caught him really nicely. That will knock him down if you perfect block his drop kick. It's quite embarrassing for him. Now in here are a couple more of these skeletal mages and some harpies. Harpies, incidentally, I think I said this before, are weak to fire. In fact, if you set them on fire, they can't fly anymore. It actually goes for a variety of flying enemies. Fire does not go well with their wings. With some obvious exceptions. Target has a drop from a skeletal mage. Some nice money. Treasure chest here. Nothing mage in it. Now here's the lever you want to pull to reverse all the doors. Now there's a reason we wait to this point to do this. We want the main path open for no reason in particular. We can just hop down here and be on our merry way. Oh, looks like a harpy dropped us some nice money. Picking up knives. Don't play with knives, kids. Interestingly enough, these sarcophagi can have items in them. There's nothing major in them here, but it's something to keep in mind for an area later in the game. And of course there is one here. Now, this one spawns a skeleton that's actually a bit different from the others. He's stronger. He's a skeleton knight, as opposed to just a little skeleton warrior. He has a little heavy, a little stronger of a weapon, and is a little heavier, more heavy armored. And with this lever, we just put in over here, and it opens this gate, which Nice little treasure chest here. Scale cart is a nice red vocation piece of armor that you might like the look of. Pretty good for early game. That is some really good underclothing for mage and sorcerer get-ups. It goes well with a lot of the robes. It's kind of made to work with them pretty well. Now we're done down here, so we take this path. Now, to actually progress the quest, we need to go to this little altar here and examine it, but we're not going to do that for just the moment. And if you'll notice, right here in the middle is one of those mobile port crystals. So after we collect that, now, when we're out in the world, we can set up, here's where the ogre fell, we can set up a waypoint to fast travel to and from. We're doing this so we can clear out more of these undead just for kicks and giggles. Well, I say in order to free experience and money. Now there should be another set a little farther up here. And after we clear this bunch, we're good to go. If you'll notice, sometimes when I use that spell, some of the magic will come back to me and I'll glow. That is a side effect to holy magic where there's a chance it will heal you after it strikes an enemy. Now the way the heal works is when it procs, it heals 10% of your base magic defense. So each time it procs, it'll heal 18, or if it rounds up, 19 HP for now. So that's how that works. When it comes to other archmagics, ice, of course, has a chance of freezing something solid. Fire sets something on fire. Lightning can inflict the thunder shock status, which is sort of a stun and can just make you collapse on the ground. Also, it can occasionally spark chain lightning, where you hit one enemy with lightning and it'll chain to another one and so forth. So you hit one enemy and it could hit the entire group if you're lucky. Let's see. And dark. Dark has a chance of doing a critical hit that does just insane amount of damage. And has a really eerie animation. Looks like something Armaius Mora would throw out. But now let's go ahead and investigate this. And now, oh dear, oh dear. Unfortunately, we cannot actually fight this evil eye at this point in the game, which is probably for the best, because if you're starting out, haven't cheesed in bitter black or something, you're going to be way too weak to even damage the bugger. Unfortunately, since we completed the Undead Warrior quest, we're being weighed down by all these bloody war bugles. So, let's make use of some stamina curatives as we dash up here to the top. where a cutscene will take over and take us on out of the dungeon. Oh dear. How far down is she? Oh, she's way down there. What's her name? Avery. Avery. Remember that, Avery. I will re-rent her, so we don't send her home in a body bag. It's past time to upgrade support pawns anyway. We're roughly 10 levels above them. Now, luckily, if you're a dagger wielding class, you can also just start dodge rolling, and it's pretty much the same speed as dashing. And now, as you see, the cutscene takes over, and we exit the dungeon. Oh, there she is. Sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. When you leave the room, any fainted pawn will be next to you so you can revive them. Or they'll just be gone for good. I'm not sure why there's a difference, and sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't, but there we are. Go ahead and talk to him to turn it in. Don't need the lantern anymore because I imagine it's daylight now. Yep, it's morning time. Now this bloke's going to tell us about the worm hunt. Group of the Duke is getting together a band of warriors to do as it says on the tin and go kill the dragon. Of course, we all know how games work, so you know we're going to be the ones to do it all, but it's an admirable effort, or is it? This is yet another item that when you have it in your inventory it gives you a shop discount. However, I'm pretty sure it does not stack with the idols, like the bronze idol's discounts. I would have to double check, but I'm fairly certain it does not. Now let's go and drop off. Well, actually, let's just turn them in. I think I should have enough. Oh yeah, plenty. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these bloody war bugles. Now, if you're just starting out, because you would have had to have acquired 10 on your own to add to the ones we just got from the side quests, or from the main, the side quest. However, just again, okay, we'll go ahead and accept his quest. Basically, he wants us to spy on someone doing mysterious dealings at night. And finally, there's the quest for the 5 meals of kept sour ambrosial meat. Now, if you'll recall, you can get some sour ambrosial meat in the room we found the Void Key in Bitter Black Isle. But ambrosial meat also drops from beasties like oxen, rarely, and in a place we're going to be visiting shortly. There's also one that will drop just in the dungeon every time. Or sort of dungeon, sort of place. So to turn it into kept sour ambrosial meat, just combine them with the airtight flasks we've been picking up. And there you have it. Now, the reason I've been so adamant about getting this quest, Chasing Shadows, from Mason, is that it unlocks a new vendor, a new shop for us here. This is actually the regular shop. And he carries, now while he carries equipment for all classes, he seems to lean heavier into focusing on red classes when it comes to the rarer stuff as his inventory upgrades as you get later into the game. He will continue to have stuff for everyone, but he will have extra special stuff for red classes, generally. However, this next shop that we will unlock with this side quest will have stuff that are for both female-only characters that are actually really nice armors, and stuff that's really nice for mages and the like, and yellow classes. And then of course there are other merchants in other places that have their various specialities as well. But we'll get to them as we get to them. For the moment, did I accidentally... Ah, bugger, I did. Oh well. Let's go ahead and take care of the second side quest involving Fornival. Now this is sort of a notorious side quest that for whatever reason annoys people often, but it's not that bad. It's just one that passively takes a little bit of time. But beyond that, I've seen lots of comments from people over the years that apparently have difficulty getting the highest reward from it, which is baffling to me. So we need to talk to him. Ah, that's strange. Perhaps it's not been 24 hours in game yet. I thought it should have been, but oh well, that quest will come available soon enough. To get more story quests, we talk to him, but we're not going to do that yet. We're going to go ahead and do more side quests first. Now the Chasing Shadows quest happens at night, so until then, let's say we go visit a mine. Well, we can either visit a mine, or we can go ahead and go do our business with the Lady Bandits. Actually, it's better to go the other way. Since we kind of want to come back by night, it may be better to do the quarry first. I'll go ahead and show you where I initially... Yeah, it'd be a good opportunity to show you where I placed this first portable port crystal that we acquired. Because the place that's nearby where I place it is the destination for quite a few escort quests, as well as a couple side quests, and, probably most importantly, a story quest. Lots of oxen in the fields here. Nice open path. There are bandits here and there, of course. And then wolves and even harpies in a pit over here. Although they don't seem to have spawned. There's supposed to be harpies flying this little mud puddle over here, but they seem to be missing for whatever reason. And of course goblins and hobgoblins along the western edge up here. There's one. There's another. Of course those are small fry, we don't really care about them. So this forest we're coming across is the Cursed Woods. Don't you sass me, boy. What are you doing? There you go. There's lots of nice little critters in the Cursed Wood. It's a very spooky forest, especially at night. It's actually, if you're wanting to stick to Grances... Oh, I wonder what's in here. Oh, she put an arrow through it. Shows you for being a spider. Oh, there's another one. How you doing, mate? Oh, another little goblin. Oh, and yet another. There we go. Knocked him over. Right in the head. Now this little path leads on into the ancient quarry. Oh, what do we have here? A traveling merchant asking us to open up the gate in the dungeon, in the quarry. I'm really stuck on the word dungeon today for whatever reason, it seems. Now, this place is sort of dark, but not super sorry. You don't really need your lantern if you don't want to waste it. But I'll go ahead and grab one just to make sure everyone can see okay. Little rodents to start with, nothing major. Some money, some various mushrooms. An interesting little path over here. Now this is important because this gives the pawns a little knowledge. If you step on this panel, you need... Yeah, these two are new here, clearly. So they don't know that you step on the panel and you stand here and you wait. Love, you're actually killing me. Well, press the panel down and open the gate. And watch out, because there's a sneaky snake over there. And there's a nice key. And a mysterious wall. Don't worry, we'll check that out later. Now we go back on the main path. There's actually another little offshoot here that leads to another one of those walls. Now, here's the way we wanted to go, along the main path here. Some bandits. Oh, silly me, I forgot to upgrade pawns. Oh well. It's really important to do it. Actually, I may do that once we get halfway through this mission, come to think of it, because they are quite squishy. There are a couple more straggling bandits in here. There's usually another warrior hidden way back here. some more money. And a really nice chest here that often has, yeah, there we go, a pretty wicked mace for Mystic Knight. Of course, I'm not one of those yet. And I already have the bloody thing because it's pretty much a guaranteed from this chest. I'm actually not sure this chest can drop anything besides that, actually. Now, more pawn knowledge. Yeah. Let them comment on the gate being closed before you use the key to open it. There's some bats in here. That little bugger's stuck. Oh, looky here. An undead warrior. And some just regular undead. Alright, I need to be doing this. Well, I said I did. Watch as I do damage just by existing. Don't even need a mirror to do it. Incidentally, immolation will last 60 seconds and cancel on its own if you don't want to. Manually cancel. Of course, it can be a bit dangerous to do so at lower levels, as you can see, where we don't have much of a health pool to our name. Okay, that's where we just came. Since the map stays filled out in New Game Pluses or loops like this. So, luckily you can freely pull that lever to open this door. However, out here, looky there. Now normally, and there's an ogre. Also here is sour ambrosial meat. Unfortunately, I don't have an airtight flask to put it in yet, but that's fine. Now, a neat little thing about ogres is you can bait them with corpses. And they provide us a nice little opportunity to show just this. Now, if we run away, he should, if he gets close enough to get a whiff, he'll come in there and start chewing on the corpse. Hold on. Stop attacking. No. Unfortunately, she interrupted him. But if he started munching away at the corpse, he would have got distracted and we could have went right by him without even fighting. There, by the way, was... no, this is bad. Cameras. There is the old drop kick. So this is the, if you grab him, I was a little late unfortunately, but if you grab him while he's reeling like that, he'll fall on his bum. He should be about dead from what I could tell, yeah. Easy as. Well, maybe not for here. Now. That one's gone, but believe it or not, he's not alone. Oh, there's another flask of water. And here, this will update the quest. So we need to exit the mine the way we came in, speak to Alon again to update him on what happens, and he will give us a final task to do, which we will then do and then turn in. And after that, this mine will be safe. And it'll be another safe zone like Casadis or Glen Soren, with the exception of one later story quest. But that's for one small scuffle, and then it's back to being safe again. Oh dear, the poison actually killed her. That's the first. I've never seen a pawn or anyone in this game die from poison before. So on the way out, we'll loot these chests, especially this bugger right here, which has another journal entry. We have half of them now. We have 3 of the 6. Unfortunately, there's not a rift stone near, but wait a minute. Actually, there is, but we'd have to go into Careswood. I don't want to take these weaker pawns into Careswood yet, though. It'll be a bit of a bugaboo. They're already getting wrecked. So it's important to do this instead of just going ahead and clearing out the mine on your own, because it gives extra quest knowledge. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to go ahead and clear the dungeon out. The mine out. Just to finish getting these 2 lasses quest knowledge. Feel a little bad to send them back to their arisen with half-assed quest knowledge. Plus, we clearly handled that ogre fine. My explosive volley actually does a good number to him because, well, it's just a really strong skill. Possibly even too strong, frankly. See, Katarina is actually commenting on the fact that you can lure them with a piece of meat. However, when I first started playing this game, I rented a pawn that actually had knowledge of this place and of ogres. Of course, they only need the knowledge of ogres to know the corpse trick. And I mistakenly thought that meant, oh, leave like this or something. Or you saw how broke the box to have these. That's not what it's referring to, though. It's referring to like actual corpses, such as those undead warriors and the like. Incidentally, this is kind of a shortcut through. That leads to where we opened the door with the lever and left the undead warrior as a corpse, as bait. Unfortunately, sometimes your pawns get a little ahead of themselves and aggro the ogre before you get a chance to witness him actually being baited. Now, there's one of the 2 remaining ogres. However, we're going to bypass him just for a second, because there's a herd of goblins in here. So we'll go ahead and clear them out. Take just a moment. There's some treasure in here to check out. You can actually get a pretty decent cape out of one of these called the Adventurer's Cloak, which I showed you the Paladin Mantle in the first stream, I think it was, about the fighter armor. It's kind of a pink cape with a backpack, a small backpack, traveler's backpack. Well, the Adventurer's Cloak is kind of a medium level blue with a backpack. Go ahead and break this as a shortcut. Pawn knowledge is already gathered for this. Now, let's see if we can't. I'm going to go ahead and save because ogres are stout little buggers. So if he and they start doing more damage when they're enraged. So they can go into a frenzy if they see women or if they get low enough health. Believe it or not, I saw people actually complaining about this move. And it was funny because their complaints were completely different. There were a couple people complaining that it was too strong. But they were complaining that Magick Archer was too strong in general. And then some others complaining, oh, that it's worthless, because how stupid is it to design a technique that you have to set off with melee? It's like, well, it's what she's for. Also, last time I checked, you got daggers, mate. It's just sort of amusing. Now, interestingly enough, this is not always the case, but the Lost Ogre is, unfortunately, isn't here. But often he's close enough to these barrels to where you can do this and one-shot him completely. That will just insta-kill him, and it's really funny. But sometimes you get unlucky, like we have here, to where he happens to be positioned a little too far away from the bombs. Incidentally, where is it? Yeah, it's up here. Up here is a nice little treasure chest that has fire enchanted weapons. Ferric Talon is a warhammer for warriors. You can also get Scalding Razors, which are fire enchanted daggers, or Eden's Warden, a fire enchanted sword. Now, enchanted weapons in Bitter Black are very hit and miss. You got to be careful with them, especially in hard mode, because certain monsters start getting defense levels and thresholds that are just too high for a split damage weapon to be able to breach. So you really gimp yourself and make it to where sometimes you can't even damage certain enemies. So you got to be careful with that. But in Vanilla Dragon's Dogma, in the base game, enchanted weapons are amazing, especially fire. Fire and especially holy do really well in Grand Sis, and then post game, holy gets even better. Because you start fighting a great many enemies that are weak to holy, and then Bitter Black Isle, lightning and ice start being king. Dark, of course, has the misfortune of a lot of enemies being strong against it. There are some notable ones that are weak to it, though. Which we will get to which I will point out as we get to them. Notice how now my stamina isn't depleting. There will also be a guard patrolling in here. He'll walk along the entire mine. And in here where the bandits were, we now have a new trader. Now, in vanilla Dragon's Dogma, and even Dark Arisen, the original releases for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, here is where you could buy the Berserk collaboration armor sets and weapons. However, unfortunately, due to the rights expiring, they weren't able to be added to the remaster and re-releases, so they're missing. However, he has good equipment for red classes, especially. That's actually an upgraded version to the chest piece I'm currently wearing. Mine's just more upgraded in general. So, now here's something neat to buy. Remember those two stone walls that were suspicious? Well, if you buy both of these and give it a couple in-game dates, when you come back, those two walls will be open. Now, there's nothing super special about the places that are open, but you'll get access to a couple new treasure chests and some extra mining spots. And there are some nice rare materials to mine from the ores in this place. Oh, right, I need to show you where I always, typically set my first. Bloody hell, I went the wrong way. Portable port crystal. Suppose portable port crystal's a bit redundant. Mobile. Small port crystal. Pocket port crystal. I do wonder what's the use in Grand Soren and Khazardus and Bitter Black Isle making a ring of the bloody things that are like cemented into the ground when having just one lets you teleport freely to it. It's curious. So this is the midwestern part of Grancis. Of course, there's no further west than this. There's just southwest, which again, here are the bandits, and we'll explore this area soon enough. And then the northwest, here where the lady bandits are. Here's the quarry we just came from. Well, here is. So we just went this way. And here's the Cursed Wood and Wilted Forest. This is Cursed Wood, this is Wilted Forest, but I have a habit of calling it both in Cursed Wood. However, if you'll notice, it's being blocked by my port crystal, but there's a rest camp down here, a little bit south and a little bit to the west. Also, along this path are some lizardmen. was actually a decent sized lake. Oh dear, what have we done? Right here in the middle of the area. Incidentally, lizardmen actually resist fire to increasing degrees as you come across stronger variants, with the exception of the variant that's just one step up from regular lizardmen, which is the sulfur lizardman, which we will discover shortly as well. Sun's starting to set, but luckily we're already here. So here, as you can see, is where I always set that this very first port crystal we get from the that initial trip to the Everfall. It's a nice little spot. There's a ripped crystal nearby. There's a merchant here who carries a lot of yellow equipment. Specifically, he carries red leather armor, which a lot of people really like to look at. He doesn't have it quite yet, but he will have it soon. He has all the other pieces, he just doesn't have the chest piece yet. But when we complete one more main quest, he will have it. And there's even a resting place, and where we can send items to storage. I'll go ahead and send that to storage before it rots. I also don't need this, I don't need that. I'll send one of those away. Don't need that journal entry or these promissory notes. That's fine. Now, what say we... Well, first I need to go... I need to be online. There we go. Let's see if we can find some upgraded pawns. What level are we? 35. So yeah, we're roughly 10 levels above them now. Almost on the dot. 6,000 experience, and we'll be 10 levels over this loss even. So let's go ahead and get some upgrades. I wonder if there are any in the top ranked pawns low level enough for us. There's level 20, but I tried here on an earlier playthrough, my fighter run early on, and she was quite disappointing because she was one of the Legion's main. She had that particular staff, same with this one, and the Legion's white staff. I actually recognize some of these from game packs back in the day. These two, for example. I remember playing with those two back in the day. We're getting almost to the point where we can use this one. 3 healing spells. Interesting that you don't have figure 11 upgraded yet, despite being level 42. That's... As level 40 will be too, soon enough. So, none in the 30s. Oh, there we go. Red flaggy censored name. Art. Well, they've at least got those skills built in a decent way for the pawn AI. You can actually add instant reset here just so they can animation cancel. But, so we'll see what happens with that one. This one's a little higher than us, so we will wait. Oh, we need a sorceress or a mage anyway. Well, we need a sorceress. 39. We're getting there. So, we have some options coming up. Okay, so we'll just go to search on my level then. Now, let's see. I like that you have regular bar light and regular maelstrom. Execute. So execute is an instant death spell. If you'll recall the man-eaters, the mimics, and the chests, there's a spell they cast. It's a red-orange ring on the ground, or a little above the ground. It floats in the air slightly. And once that ring all the way lights up, it'll flash, and anything in it will instantly die. Well, this is that spell, and it works for you in a similar way, but what it is it's a channeled spell that rapidly drains your stamina as you cast it. And the tougher an enemy you're fighting, the longer you have to channel it before the spell will actually work. If, and this is a big if, the enemy is even vulnerable to it in the first place. So it can be a bit rough. It's actually quite decent against the evil eye because it will break their barrier and leave them vulnerable to damage. So all they have is fire, maelstrom, and miasma. See, high fulmination, high miasma. Those are thumbs up. Those are very quick cast spells despite them being upgraded. And regular Giselle's fine. Holy Affinity's fine for Grancis. Lassitude. What does that even do? That one might be the one we grab, because the high ball light's a bit of a thing, but there's one with multiple boons. Liable to be confused. This one, for some reason, is using mage spells despite being a sorcerer. Seems like a waste of it being a sorcerer in that case. Alright, which one? Yeah, we'll take this one. Alright. R. I can't even. Alright, let's give you a once over. Looks like a rusted longbar, rusted daggers. R, so you're a debilitation ranger, are you? She's actually wearing the hood and the waist are female only armor that the shop will be opening up by doing the nighttime quest. Okay, they're fully upgraded, so. Well, the thing about it is, she's a debilitation ranger, so you really should add the corkscrew arrow or spiral arrow to her repertoire. But, that being said, tenfold flaring will still do the deed quite well. I never know what to give as a gift. Here, have some tea. You have the Monami neck wrap, don't you? It's pretty nice. She's actually wearing her little, the little white and gold number she's wearing on her chest is actually some female-only clothing as well. That's pretty nice. It's the Maiden's camisole. What staff are these? Is that the stagnant suit? Helical arch staff. Okay. She's actually wearing a piece of female only armor as well. That is the frame plate. Yeah, that is. Alright, I forgot to... Okay, that's fine. Challenges as you'll focus on other spellcasters and ranged enemies / flying enemies. Here, have some booze. There you go, love. Alright. That should help a wee bit. Should. Yeah. Nah. It's not quite night yet, so what to do? I suppose if we make it quick enough, I can show you where to find the snakeskin pairs. Although I'd rather do that all in one trip. Yeah, it's setting, so we'll just hoof it back to Grand Soren. By the time we get there, it should just about be dark. We'll do the Chasing Shadows quest, then clear Faunival, and then all we have left to do, besides go back to Khazardus and check, but that can wait. We need to go to Khazardus anyway, because again, the Lady Bandits will give us 2 tasks to do, to choose between. Of course, we'll do both of them. One of which, as one might expect, is the reciprocation of one of what Maul suggested we do. So we have to kill 10 of the bloke bandits down at the southwest. So we both need them to respawn. And... or? Where? Well, I think I saw him there. Maybe not. Yes, I did. At night, undead warriors and, well, various undead start spawning here. And in here, the spiders. How have you respawned? Will be replaced with undead warriors in here, lying on the floor. It's pretty amusing. Boy. Oh, there's a chest in here that can contain a Seeker's token. If you want another place to grab one of those. War bugles if you still need more of those. Again, that bag that you can gather from in the encampment is one place to grab them. But in God Towers and Grand Soren, there will be treasure chests that can hold them as well. bandits inhabit this little shack. But since it's night time, something else is there. Some cultists that hate the Arisen, follow the Emperor. Sorry after we eliminate the Sith here. That's very rude. You really have difficulty aiming a magic bar that close up. Sorry, it's officially nighttime when those buggers are spawning instead of the bandits. Undead, of course, will spawn all the way through here. Just not at this portion. And we're getting back home. They put the critters away for the night. That's the lightning sword, Kali Bolt. One of the places we'll be exploring shortly is where you can find that in a chest. Okay, no sport quest there. So, chasing shadows. Some sort of nobleman that's having clandestine meetings at night that we have to shadow to find out what's going on. There we go. So now we have to follow along fairly close, but not too close so he doesn't spot you, because you'll fail the quest, and you really don't want to do that. So you can watch the little Q on the map, and it will suddenly jerk forwards at one point. That means he's gone to the next stage of this quest, and you can freely just go forward as you like. See, he's even vanished. But if we go through, the little cutscene will play, and he'll be further ahead of us again. And again, just follow the Q. Not too closely though. Honestly, you don't even really have to hide like this. You just have to have a distance from him. But might as well have a little fun with your role play if you like, since you have to wait for him to walk to his destination. Shh, don't talk to me, mate. And can't you see him being sniggy? So your pawns are clearly out in the open. Now, once again, he jumps forward a bit. He's actually a decent bit ahead of you now, so you can kind of hot-foot it a wee bit to catch up. You don't have to, of course. You'll catch up even with your regular jogging speed. almost to the destination. He talks to some ladies of the night over here. And that's definitely what they are. You can speak to them and they confirm it. It's kind of amusing. And this is the last time he pops forward. Be a couple little cutscenes. Pop forward and another cutscene starts that I will skip because apparently Capcom doesn't like you showing the cutscenes, even if you talk over them. So that's fun. That's going to be really interesting if I happen to play World sometime, Monster Hunter World, considering you can't skip the cutscenes there. And now, Madeline, this will be her shop, so remember the location. Of course, she isn't officially open for business until we turn in this quest. So, run over to the peasantry and go turn in the quest at Arsmith. Then you can hotfoot it right back to her. And her shop will be open and her inventory will be greatly expanded. She carries a lot of stuff for yellow classes, especially, but also mage stuff, and a lot of female-only armor, which generally applies to any class, as her inventory expands as we get later in the game. So she even has the fire daggers that we could have already found by this point. I'm tempted to buy them, but I'll wait. We'll try to just find them. She sells Liga circlets and the like. Little mage hoods. Incidentally, the ladies' corset's a really nice piece of chest clothing for a lot of nice aesthetic armor sets you can put together. It's at this point, after you unlock her shop, that you can actually complete the look of the Ranger preview in the vocation, in the pick vocation screen. Because she's the first merchant that has these fine over-knee boots. Everyone else has the other stuff you need. And she sells various rings that will add debilitation resistances and elemental resistances. And of course, once she starts, her inventory will expand and she'll start getting more and more lady-only stuff later into the game. That's a very glorious staff. And it's Frozen Flower, is what it's called. I wouldn't swear to that though. So, that's, at this point, we have the Fornival side quest to do. Do I still have? I do. We have the Fornival side quest to do. And then finish the 2 Thieves side quests. And then the one that's in Cazadis. And we'll be ready to move on to the story. Unless I'm forgetting an obscure quest, which I'm pretty sure I'm not. So, let's go ahead and do our escort, which should be available by this point, surely, unless the trigger is accepting This may be another one of those finicky ones where you have to accept the next quest, story quest, before it procs. If it's not available, I'll go ahead and just do that. Maybe we'll even complete it after I finish the other side quests. Okay, it's available now. So yeah, it just wasn't a full 24 in-game hours. Basically, we have to escort his little daughter on an excursion around town. The important thing's not to do. Don't get too far from her. Don't touch her, don't talk to her. With a couple of exceptions that I'll point out as they happen. So stay close to her. Don't touch her. Don't help her. Until she explicitly asks for things. Like here, she falls. Presumably people are bad to reflexively try to pick her up or something there, which ruins how she feels about you. That is about the only way I can figure out people actually not getting the best reward from this quest. So depending on how pleased she is with your performance will determine what kind of reward she gives you. The goal is to get the best reward, which is a gold idol. If you recall, we already have a bronze idol. So the gold one will give you, if you hold it in your inventory, it will give you an even higher discount at shops. But there will be a couple side quests later in the game where you need to turn idols in at a couple merchants to expand their inventories. And so you'll need to pick which one of the two merchants you want to give the gold one to. Either way, and then the other has to get, obviously there will be a silver idol that we'll require later as well. So you need to decide which one that you want to have the biggest inventory expansion this playthrough. And then on a New Game Plus, you can do it to the other and have access to the other one's expanded inventory as well. Or if a maid happens to have an extra gold idol, just gift it to your pawn. Well, there you go. You can just do both of them in one run. And also, in New Game Pluses, now this is strange. She seems to be frozen. Can't say that's ever happened before. Alright, that unstuck her. So now, she wants to play hide and seek. Now, quickly need to find her, which is quite easy. Apparently she's got a couple places she'll be, but she's always here. So speak to her, then speak to her again. Now quickly get out of her way so you don't bump into her. And she'll go around the shops a wee bit. Why does she keep doing that? She's never done this before. It's very strange. As many times as I've played this, I do this quest every bloody time because I'm a completionist and I have to do every darn side quest available. Every time. So, must be some. Maybe because it's just morning, so there's new people she's bumping into. That's causing some weird bugs. Because normally it could be just the middle of the day by the time I get to Fornival to get this quest. Or perhaps they're bumping into her as they walk by and knocking her off her set path. Although she went around him, alright. Who bloody knows? It's Capcom. This is pretty. Always happens. Although here freezing after it doesn't. How bizarre. Oh well. We'll see what the repercussions, if any, are of this. It's definitely a new one on me. So, if you get up here, she'll stop and you'll have to speak to her. And she'll be complaining about being thirsty. So, that's where we get the flask of water. Remember, if you don't have this, then speak to her again after, and she'll want to race you. So, the key with this is stay close to her, but at the end let her win. Just don't make it too obvious, or she'll know she's being patronized. And again, if you didn't have a flask of water, just grab it from the lady at the item shop that we spoke to about the grimoire at the beginning of the stream. Or, oops, that was a mistake. Oh well. I'll blame the controller on that one. Alright. Luckily you don't have to escort her home and it'll automatically do so. Alright, speak to it. Gold idol. See, I even really mucked up thanks to still not having this controller broken in very well. And so what it is to dash you have to click in the sticks. And this controller's the right stick clicks in really fine. But the left one, which is the one you dash with, is very touchy. Very touchy. But anyway, even with that mock-up, we still have the gold idol. So honestly, I don't know what they're doing. Even with all the bugs and having to speak to her, even though you're supposed to not do that. So I'm at the foggiest. But now, that's all the side quests except for the 2 Thieves side quests and the one in Cassidus, which might be available now, but I wouldn't swear to it. But spending that day with her counted as an entire day, so this should be fairly morning time. So we should be good for daylight for a long trip. It's time to go north. Northwest, specifically. Because there are 2 northern paths up here, which we will be doing. We'll probably go up here to end the stream to finish one of the worm hunt quests and move on to stage 3, which is all it is an expansion in merchant inventory. That's all it is. It doesn't. There are no new side quests or anything like that. It simply gives the merchants better equipment to sell. But up here, you'll start, generally in the northern area, you start fighting stronger enemies than what we've seen so far. But we're not going to that one yet. We're going northwest toward the Lady Bandits. Incidentally, there are often some bandits right over there. and that little pond-esque structure. Of course, you see there, then the shack. Now, if I recall correctly, there's a chest in here. I guess I didn't recall correctly. I thought there was a chest in here that also had a chance of a Seeker's token. There are the Harpies. We'll go and take those out just because we have nice. There we go. We had that quest to do. Now we have some golden daggers. So if we upgrade these, they will inflict silence and something else. Silence and something else. But silence, again, is the important one. Now, this is actually a fairly good path, as I was saying, what had begun to say earlier, before I realized it was too dark to go that time. Now, I could have went, but it might have been a little difficult to see for you. Although there are newer enemies that spawn at night. Easy as. More pumpkin parts here. Those can heal you some health. Boy, I'm doing really good at missing my jumps and awkwardly clipping through things. So there's some bandits over there, but they're not really worth fiddling with. The important stuff is over here, behind these rocks. In fact, I might want to save, because if I get too clumsy, I can be spotted. Here's this a new big boss type enemy. And a pack of goblins. Ah, there he is. So, the guard casts spells. The snake tries to grab you, so you can cut the tail off. The snake actually has a separate health bar than the other two, while the goat and the lion share main health bar. There we go. Once you cut the tail, as you see how slowly he's moving, this is torpor. The lion is weak to magic, but resistant to physical blows, and the goat, who casts spells, is weak to physical. But resistant to certain types of magic. I saw one of them run away. There you are. There we go. Easy as. Define unharmed. I just set myself on fire. I'm feeling wonderful. So Chimera gave quite a bit of experience. So you can actually silence the goat, and it obviously can't cast spells, as silence usually works in games. Torpor the lion, of course, and now it's big, meaty physical blows can be more easily dodged. The snake can quite quickly be lopped off, but if you don't, it can snatch you as you're climbing the other heads, or spews a poisonous cloud that sort of renders an area dangerous to be in. So, here is actually a little abbey. Oh, there's a little church in the woods. You're here already? I didn't realize you were here. So, later, there'll be a couple side quests involving Kina here. And again, if we failed that earlier quest to rescue her in the Witchwood, or escort her to the Witchwood as it were, they wouldn't be available. And one of them gives a really nice reward for quickly leveling. Now, this is a convent. It's a nunnery. There are nuns everywhere. Nuns are all female. So, what kind of critter is really attracted to females? Ogres. So at night, there are 2 ogre that spawn right here. And then there's another set that spawn just across the way in a campsite that's right about there. So if we came through here at night, there would have been 4 more boss fights. However, it's daytime now, so we don't get to kick some gorilla bum. Now, the reason walking here to this path is because it leads to the river where, if you can just barely see them, here are some cloaked lizardmen. But they're not regular lizardmen. These are the only type of lizardmen that are actually weak to fire. Sulfur lizardmen. And these, they are a stronger variant than the base vanilla ones. And their spit, as opposed to giving poison like regular lizardmen do, inflicts torpor. So that slow motion, like the Chimera was inflicted with, that can happen to you and your party as well. And it's just as, well, it can be frustrating for you to fight, but just to look at, it's fairly amusing. Now, one of these notice board quests, asking for a snakeskin pierce for a golden bastard sword as a reward. Well, this river's where we can find said snakeskin pierce. Did you see the water splashing ahead there? So, besides there being clearly some sulfur lizardmen right there, there will be a spot to gather and grab a snakeskin pierce. There are a chock-a-block full of these buggers. They're all up on the embankment here, sunning themselves, as reptiles would. They can be very difficult to see. Notice how he didn't get set on fire because he was in the water. Oh dear. Hello, little fella. These are typically pretty good. There are a lot more of them up there as well. They're all along this riverbank. You can find you can be just lazy with the buggers all over the place here. However, we have a lot of stuff to do, so we can't really afford to waste too much time with them yet. But know that if you ever want to tango with them, this is the place to find them. All up around here. Now, let's go back to... How did we miss you the entire time? See, you would have been fine if you just stayed silent, but you had to hiss at us. You just had to show off. Incidentally, there's another one of those bouncing fishes over there, but I was about to say it's typically not this one, it's the one that's further up that I went to that gives the snakeskin pairs. So we're going back here just because it's easier to navigate, because you can just follow the road. Wait, apparently I went too far. I thought something was wrong. Silly me. Yeah, the road's right here. That's what I get for scratching my eye and not paying attention. Now that we're nice and cooled off for some jogging. Incidentally, there's a cave with some super tough bandits up there. Right about... Oh, right there, Beast Cave. But we're not really interested in that right now. There's not anything particularly of note there. Now, these lady bandits can pack a wallop if you're not careful. So, go ahead and be safe and save. And there's an armored Cyclops, but he's not alone. There's some of those lady bandits just hiding in the bush. Okay, this is Fulmination. Notice how the lightning's arcing from here to the monster and to us. As we climb and attack, it's going to impart that damage to the monster. And he's torpid, so he's going to be very slow. Alright, she seemed to be lagging behind. Just trying to heal the Cyclops. We can't allow that. Notice how she's dressed. She's wearing a lot of lady-only armor, which frankly a lot of them are, so if you want to know what kind of nice, some neat looks you can come up with if you're into the fashion side of things, and you get a bit of a preview. If your favorite color is red, you'll like a lot of this stuff. Of course, there's also a yellow variant, if you like that. And of course the maiden set is white and gold. Interestingly enough, there is a difference in the fighting style of the lady bandits and the male bandits. For one, the lady bandits, you won't find like a fighter or a warrior in their ranks. You'll find mages and striders and the like. You won't even find a ranger. Rangers and Striders. They like to be fast on their feet, but even in classes that the two variants have in common, they use different skills. Also, there's another Chimera over here. Chimera is vulnerable to torpor and being set on fire. There you can see the snake is making a poison cloud. Heavy blows will knock the lion down like that, make him more vulnerable. Incidentally, depending on which you kill first, the lion or the guard head, the Chimera will start behaving differently. If all the other heads are dead and the lion's still around, he will start being super aggressive and pouncy and just dash around, just causing mayhem. If the lion head is dead and the guard's in control of the body, or I haven't the foggiest where she even was. Oh, I guess she was. That explains it. There are actually a couple more just over here. Over here is actually the entrance to a nice dungeon. Or that's a mess. Are we back to level? I don't want to. We're close enough to a level. I don't want to waste curatives if I'm about to level up and get a free heal. So right here is actually the entrance of a nice little cave that has some really good pre-post game loot. You can get some fairly late game equipment here, and we will explore it shortly. There's a stronger variant of harpy here called snow harpies. They fight just like the regular variant, except they have a new ability where they can scream and send out a frosty mist that can freeze you solid. They're still weak to fire, still can't fly if they're on fire. They'll still try to snatch you and fly, and they can still put you to sleep with singing. However, we'll go through the other entrance, because there are two. Because we want to get up here. As you can see, there is the headquarters of the Lady Bandits. We should have already killed 10. Yeah, there we go. So, besides the Snore Harpies, there are also a stronger variant of wolves. As you can see, there's yet another Cyclops over there. And yes, this one is also armored. And there are also Lady Bandits around him. This Cyclops is a bit funny because he has been known on more than one occasion to kill himself by jumping off of here, which is pretty amusing to get a free like 10k experience. That's what we call spamming too much, kids. See, they can do downpour volley. That's not an ability that the male bandits striders will use. Alright, kids. And he's already torpid. Cyclopes are just really weak to status effects. There we go. Now we can melt him. Easy as. Pop him in the eye. Boy, his stamina is really going. It's my own fault, I'm spamming a little too much. I'll go ahead and clean up the money. Okay, here we go. Yeah, you don't want to get hit by that. That would have killed me. And there's our free heal. Welcome to the ruins of Heaven's Peak Fort. And as you see, the pawns are explaining. Oh dear, don't do that. Don't fall off the edge. If you got a bloke in the party, you better have him cross-dressing, or these lady bandits won't take very kindly. It's now these chests that are in here. You can actually find some pretty nice stuff if you're lucky. Like Maiden's camisole can be here. Unfortunately, we got unlucky here. But there are more chests. Here's the leader. A lot of people seem quite fond of her. She's quite sassy. Go ahead and agree to join her. Here's a treasure chest in her room. We're getting really unlucky with the rare stuff. Also, I seem to have glitched out her path. And here, you can get a nice cape. This is actually the same cape that she's wearing, the alchemical cloak. So if you like that, well, here's where you can find it. But you can also find some lightning daggers, the galvanic razors, from there. But we're having poor luck, as it were. Shame. Now, if we talk to her, she's basically maybe Ovis's second in command. She's in charge of taking care of Ovis's pet. She has a pet, Cyclops, that she keeps nearby. So, one of your tasks is to kill 10 of the male bandits in the southwest. So they have to be in this area. Basically this big old circle here. So hopefully they've respawned. And now since we're at night, we get skeleton enemies as opposed to no enemies here. That's fine. Normally there's only one enemy over here. Another Chimera. But he's a wee bit further down here. And down there are a stronger variant of spectral enemies called phantasms. But they're not alone down there because at night, well, they only spawn at night down there. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of snow harpies. However, there's also some other little critter that spawns down here. Also, this... Oh, that's interesting. Horley just destroys the buggers. So, these are phantasms, and they are lightning variants of ghosties. And this is a marsh. Notice how it's wet. But at night, it doesn't even wet here, which I'm pretty sure is a bug. That part's a bug, because these marsh, they're actually like poison marshes. This one, and then another one that's further up here, and then a little speck there. So if you're here in the daytime and you get in these waters, you get inflicted with all kinds of status debilitations, including blindness, and silenced. It's a mess. Right, here's the bad boy. A white. He's basically an undead sorcerer. I'm sure most of you are familiar with what a white is. And he's a nightmare for fighters to fight because he rarely comes down to the ground. Fighters or warriors. Luckily, we have some archers and some spellcasters to reach him. He can cast some pretty heavy sorcerer spells because he's a sorcerer. The worst of which thankfully very rarely he actually casts, is Maelstrom. You will soon come to learn that Maelstrom is a really good spell for you when you're casting, and a bloody nightmare when the enemy's casting it. Especially in a tight room. Luckily this place is wide open, so it's pretty easy to get far enough away for it to not slurp you up. Maelstrom, if you'll recall, is a giant tornado. Now, there's actually a very obscure piece of pawn knowledge, travel knowledge, that they can acquire only at night in this place. But it's very tricky to get it to proc, and it might not... What are you doing here? You're supposed to be on up there. Oh well. Easy as. This is now an ex-Chimera. He is deceased. Now, the comment that you're looking for is about the fireflies at night neutralizing the bog. But, again, it's very touchy to get them to actually make the comment. In fact, one of the things that triggers it may be to come here during the daytime, allow the pawn to get inflicted, and then come back at night. That may actually be what triggers it, but I suppose that's something we could perhaps check out when it gets lighter out. But there's a campsite here at the far side. With some minor little treasure chests. One of which contains yet another journal entry. That's 4 out of 6. But yeah, generally, it's here at the southern edge of this particular bog. Yes, there's well, it respawns eventually, but there's a giant gold patch there for some strange reason. So yeah, generally in this the southern area around, as you just walk along the rocks and such, is when they comment on it, but we're getting unlucky here. So, just commenting on the fog. Alright. So, we just follow this creek. So up here is where the Chimera is supposed to be. Like around here. A snow harpy went off and died somewhere. That's kind of funny. Or, that's strange. Did the hobgoblins up there kill it? Can't say I've ever seen that before. Or, but anyway, if you want to know where Ophus's pet is, follow this path under the bridge. What is... Choose life, birds. Mercy. Come on. Okay, I think I know what's happening. There's a weird bug with the way they're loading in. And they're dropping from the sky and dying from the fall damage, apparently. That's kind of funny. So, behind this wooden paling is Orvis's dear pet. Now, to feed it, we need to find a corpse. Strange that the corpses were disappearing so quickly. Oh dear, where'd you come from, mate? Okay, there's a nice little corpse. Hopefully they clear them up. Alright, we take him down here. There's a particular spot, so you need to set this little bugger down in front of the Cyclops at a reasonable distance. That may be too far, actually. No, he got it. So now he snatches it up. And nom nom, mogu mogu. Easy as. And over here, you can often find a moderately arcade magic shield or a silver vase. Might like the look of the silver vase. Here's the one that's in charge of watching the bloody thing. So now we could, as before, we could go ahead and turn in the quest to Ophus, but might as well get the full reward. My lantern is completely out of oil, so we'll go ahead and rectify that. No worries. Now over here, there's more phantasms in the bog here at night. But over here, day or night, or a stronger flavor of wolves, dire wolves. And they fight even smarter than regular wolves when it comes to the pack-like mentality. Generally, wolf can keep improving. Now these wolves are actually highly resistant to ice, as you saw, but still super weak to fire. And there are quite a few of them just in the woods here. There they are. Interesting thing about wolves and dire wolves and the like are having a debilitating ranger like this, or debilitator in general, was really nice for getting even more pawn knowledge, because they all learn the kind of debuffs you can give. The critters. That being said, you can really only justify a debilitator when the rest of the party members can make up the damage loss, which is perfectly fine here in Grances, where even I can damage enemies just fine. But in Bitter Black, that's where it starts getting sketchy. At least for a while. Till I get some more levels and some better equipment. And some higher level support pawns that can do more damage. Or a higher level support pawn that can do more damage as well. Alright, we've killed enough for our notice board quest. So there's another important area up here. It's a stronghold, rest area. This is the Great Wall encampment, and you'll be seeing it again soon. It's also, as you can probably guess, a really good spot to put one of those mobile port crystals once you acquire another one. There's another vendor here who has a variety of neat stuff. For various vocations. Some people like these knights' mantles and the like, these little overlays. I really dislike them personally. I accidentally talked to him twice. Of course, you can send things to your inventory or rest. I guess we'll go ahead and do that actually. Make sure to put your lantern away before you rest, because the lantern, the way it uses oil, is based off of game time, in-game time. So when you rest, hours pass, so that oil is going to be burnt. And that's no fun. That's a bad time. So now, I'm going to be very mean and probably chuck one of these pawns into the bog, so they can see what happens. Honestly, I wouldn't need to if we just fight down here a little bit. There are hobgoblins everywhere. Funnily enough, the hobgoblins are bad to run through and debilitate themselves. This chest, and then there's another one down by that rock down there. Both have chances of having Seeker's tokens if you still need some. Oi, Come this way. A little slower on the uptake, aren't you, mate? Alright, now they should run through the marsh. Got torpid, poisoned, blinded, silenced. Even the harpy got it. There's the frostiness. As you can see, our mage is quite literally blind. She's just firing her bolts at. Can you be a deer and pick that up, or am I going to have to be debilitated as well? Or, luckily I don't have to go fair enough in there for it to affect me. Why'd you walk in there and do it? You were okay. Oh no. Pawns, you gotta love them, the little buggers. So again, this can have a Seeger's Tarkin or a big R Warhammer. Again, this mosh can do the same thing. Oh dear love, what are you doing? You don't have. You can walk around it, flower. What are you doing? And here's the other way in to Soulflayer Canyon. Do I have anything that can actually kill them? I don't. No, that's just some health. Mithridate for the poison, but I only have 2 and they're all 3 poisons. If they had something that could cure the debilitations, they would have already taken it, so... Oh dearie me, we'll just have to wait for them to pass. And there are pawn travel knowledge for this cave for going in both entrances. That's why I went. That's boy. That was an awful wide reach there, mate. That's another reason why I made a point of showing you the other entrance. That's what you get for going after me, mate. Well, there are plenty of juicy pawns for you to go after. Okay. That's amusing. Or, that's embarrassing. Come here. Please. Good last. Alright. Some money. Are you the one I shot earlier? Apparently not. She's full out. There's one. Now, yeah, there are quite a few snow harpies here. There's another one of those. Now on this bridge, a handful of little spiders. And here's something nice, the Pilgrim's Charm. This temporarily grants Wheel and Prosperity. Well, so Wheel doubles the amount of experience you get for a period of time, and Prosperity greatly increases the chance of getting random drops of large gold bags. Now, for some reason, these harpies always come out of nowhere when you go on that bridge and come back. Even though they weren't here to begin with. It's like a little mini ambush. So, normally there's a regular Cyclops on this bridge. But since we went to Bitter Black Isle and picked up a Certain Notice board quest, an unseen rival, it's replaced with this Super Cyclops, a Gore Cyclops, a Bitter Black Isle flavor of Cyclops, which we have no hope in hell of actually damaging at this point in the game. So, we're just going to have to hope either run past him or hope he just falls over. Down there. Let's see what happens. Look at that health bar. Isn't that lovely? Wait. I can actually damage him. That is shocking. Well, this version of Gore Cyclops at least, actually does. And he's weak to ice. This might be doable. It might take a while, but doable. It'd be more doable if my bolts would actually home in like they're supposed to. That's a little faster. Now he's torpid. That makes things even easier. Dead. Okay, I thought we lost one already. So, unlike regular Cyclops, these buggers are weak to ice, as I mentioned. And not so much to lightning. Actually, I have to be careful. I'm going to run out of stamina. We're doing a number. And Katarina, of course, will do well against him. Maybe. You can see his arm, the icicles hanging off. Okay, I've got my stamina back. The lightning, yeah, isn't tickling him. I'm actually very surprised. It's just he's really, really weak to ice. And perhaps not as resistant to magic. Now, luckily, I've never seen him actually go in here, because the regular Cyclops can't go in here either, and I feel like he's just sort of replaced the AI. This is going to be a big chunk of experience when he dies, by the way. It's going to shoot us up really nicely. Oh, we've almost got him. Why'd you run away? Get back here. Take your medicine. Ah, beautiful. Welcome to level 40. Now, we're going to go ahead. Well, it just saved, didn't it? Okay. We're just going to run across now. However, as one goes across, you get ambushed by some harpies who do their best to snatch you and drop you in the water. So do be careful. And that's that. Good money. Did he actually drop any? Or did they already lose it and I didn't even notice? So there's yet another upgrade to what I'm wearing. It uses the same basic chest piece and adds some sleeves and some shoulder plates, but luckily this cape covers them up. That being said, I don't particularly care for it, honestly. Alright. Yeah, maybe this one they have set to only give you our Cyclops thing. That's new. Alright. So, let's try to This can get you a better longbow as opposed to the regular longbow, the plain longbow that you're stuck with for 90% of the main story if you don't go to Bitter Black. So down there it takes you to the other entrance. It's a shortcut down there. But here it takes you to some more little loots. Also be careful because there's some spiders and snakes around. Make sure they don't get you. And make sure to slide down this part of the hill to land on this little ledge that has some gold. And this is an important ledge to remember for later. And there is a fairly nice mace for Mystic Knight. It's guaranteed it's the only thing that can spawn in that chest. A little mining node, these little God's Thorn blossoms, which I'm actually not. Let's see. If you want to raise Keener's affection, you can gift her these. Or I didn't explain the affection, I guess. If you want to raise someone's affinity or affection, you can gift them items when you initially speak to them with the circle button. You can press the box button, or I guess Xbox controls would be B and then X, and then it will open up a gifting menu for them. And as you give them gifts, the more they favor a gift type, the more it will the bigger effect it will have on raising their affection. I do love being able to kill them. Now this is a chest that can actually contain the boots I'm wearing, raptor quizzes. Sorry if you like the look of these, you can get them out of here. Incidentally, so when you can make it to post game, which you'll get a handy little item to go ahead to do this easily, but you'll have to make do until you get through the main story. If you want to farm a chest, but you're getting unlucky with the drop, instead of having to, oh no, I didn't get it, now I have to go rest for 7 days to respawn the chest to try again, you can just save and go find a spot to kill yourself at. Unfortunately, that's not one of them. See, there are certain spots even where you jump into water where it will just kill you. Unfortunately, this is one where the brine grab you instead. But basically, you can climb up there and leap off and splat a few times until you lose all your health. And every time you get back, you can reopen the chest, and perhaps it will have something different from its loot table. Thankfully, in post game, you get an item that you can use to actually stab yourself in the chest with, so it's easy to farm chests like that. Then I actually have it, but well, obviously I have it, but I don't have it on me because it'd be a bit unfair, a bit cheaty for the people that would be new to the game. Look now, down here is Leaper's Ledge. Nice gathering spots, including here. We got unlucky, but you can find a particular dagger from this weapon pile called a kunai. And it is actually the only dark enchanted, permanently enchanted dagger in the game. Here is a nice chest because it has, there are three things that you can have in it. You can have the animistic robe, which is some Get out of here. Really nice mage robes. Or it can have this magic bar that I'm using. Or it can have an all mace, which is an ice enchanted sword that you'll definitely want to pick up if you're a fighter or a sword using assassin. The various little gathering spots down here. Alchemic Vest is a red variant of the Blessed Vest. The Blessed Vest, which is green and white, is what rangers are wearing in the preview screen. And this is just a red and purple variant. Sorry if those colors strike your fancy. Did she just... Oh no. Oh well. Here's your... an actually decently strong warhammer, or war pick as it were, for warriors. So yeah, Katarina just jumped over the chest and into the water. What a bugger. That's alright, we're almost done here. We're done with the fighting. Well, yeah, we're essentially done with the fighting. And here, one of the things you can find a Griffith cloak, which is a kind of feathery cape, big, warm-looking, downy, feathery cape that you might take a shine to. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be here. But if we climb up here, this takes us back to where we came in. So here, the sword that Katarina is using, the bastard sword, can come from this chest. So you can farm that chest, if you like. And here's a good spot to jump down to there to splot on. If you want to have a better chance of completely taking all your HP when you do this, make sure to unequip your armor before you leave. And this takes us right back to where we came in. So I'm going to go refetch Katarina. And then I'll show you the last little spot. We've seen the vast majority of what it offers, but there's one other chest of note that's in there, as well as some sulfur lizardmen, a couple more phantasms, and a handful of hobgoblins. And luckily, if your main pawn gets ganked, you just have to touch a Rift Crystal and they're automatically summoned. She is right as rain. And her imagery is exactly the way she left it. Nah. Let's try this again. Try not to jump into the abyss, love. Oh dear, that was almost very bad news. And as you can see, now it's a regular Cyclops. Come on, get up, lazy. Get up. You're joking, we missed one. How did we do that? Alright. Problem rectified. So, this third tier of explosive volley has a max of 2 packages that can be at once. If I shot another one, the first one I shot would vanish. Fortunately, shot a little high. Another snow harpy. How strange. Well, snow harpies are smaller enemies, so they will respawn quicker than boss enemies will. It actually may be because it counted as resetting the entire carbon. These hands. So, as you'll see, we can reopen the chest. It's still that, which is strange because that's actually a fairly rare drop. We'll go ahead and take the shortcut down here. There is a chest here, but nothing particularly of note in it. That being said, there is a Seeker's Token here. Make sure to grab that. You do need 20 of them after all. Of course. Harpies. Alright, and now I'm snatched up. Luckily, we're right there in the cavern and she can't take me high enough to drop. As you see, it put Lisa to sleep here. Just how many of you buggers are there? Oh, apparently more. Over here, besides there being a spider, you can actually find pieces of Chimera armor, which are very late game heavy armor for red classes that you might like the looks of. They're sort of classic knight armor, black and a dull gold coloring. And of course there are a couple phantasms and a handful of sulphur lizardmen. I believe there are 3 of them. Sorry, that should be the last one. Incidentally, here's another place you can find a silver vest in that gather pile. But here, there we go, Kalidborg, the electric sword. It can have Kalidborg, and it can also have Malignance, which is the electrified longsword for warriors. Electrified, they're lightning enchanted. Oh, God. And then in here are just a little pack of hobgoblins. And then on through the other side is simply where we fought the 3 phantasms before. Interesting they haven't respawned. Still no raptor quizzes, but as you can see, that had a secret softener in it before. But this time, it had a giant gold patch. The Blaggas wandered off the path. I'll show you one last thing before we teleport to Kazadis. Is it getting dark already? So, exiting out this way, which is, I'm not sure if you'd call this the front or the back entrance. Honestly. It's the first one you can theoretically come to, coming from the way you usually, well, so I guess this is the front entrance. So normally you go over there and there's some of the lady bandits, and then the Chimera was further over there with even more lady bandits. Of course there's some over here to the left as well. Now, over here is a nice little ledge. So, along this ledge is a chest that you might want to find. There's some equipment that could be in here, including iron headgear, sort of kind of a ninja face wrap kind of thing for yellow vocations, if that aesthetic strikes your fancy. But now, let's go to Cassidus. I also need to dump off a bunch of loot. So, it should have been 7 in-game days now, so we should have access to this next side quest in Cassidus, in the well. There we go. Be with you with a moment, laddie. I just need to jump this stuff off. We now have access to an escort quest for Kina. She wants to go to the Prayer Falls. Which is, if you'll recall, right next to the Abbey in the Cursed Woods. Yeah, right next to in the Wilted Forest here, where the ogres spawn here to the northwest. Well, right here is the Prayer Falls. So that's where you want to take Kina. And she gives you 5 Panacea for it. Panacea, curing all debilitations. It's a really good cure-all. Now, let's say we help this old chap with his infestation problem. Just as before, there's some strange guttural growls coming from deeper into the well. So let's investigate. That's the world's strongest piece of lumber. Just skip the rodents. Can't be bothered. Now, unfortunately I didn't show this earlier, but this was blocked off over here by boulders. But now, it's open. Well, that is unfortunate. Also, notice that he gave you 5 throw blasts. There's a reason for that. Boy. So, notice these little icky things on the wall. These are eggs. And our job is to break all of them. Which fire makes quick work of. So those throw blasts would get rid of them lickety-split. But no sense in wasting some nice throw blasts. Weapons do just fine. Also, if you take long enough, there will be a little surprise waiting for you here. Last time I played through, we accidentally killed the egg sacs too quickly, and said surprise never spawned in. Although, to be fair, you've already seen the surprise in Bitter Black Isle. Although, technically, that's a different beast. It's counted as a completely different monster. For some bloody reason. Basically, Mama will come. A big old lizardman. Although, she's not that much stronger than the regular ones. And we did it again. We killed them too fast. Oh well. C'est la vie. Also, going into this place is yet another tick upon knowledge for this area for your pawns. There we go, turn in the quest. And then it's time to head to the bandit camp, the male bandit camp. Kill his mates on the outside. Turn in his quest. And then return to the lady bandits. Turn in that quest. Then we'll do one of the worm hunt quests to move into stage 3. And then I think we'll call it a stream. It's already night time. Interesting. You know, what am I doing? I'm actually going to use this bad boy. I think I've been debating putting a port crystal around here at this part at the bandit camp, but I already have one here, here, and then here to get into the witchwood. Oh, that's another thing I can perhaps show you. So, I've actually not taken much advantage of this, but there is a slight glitchiness when it comes to using levitate with a staff or an arch staff. Oh, the lantern was still out. Oops. There we go. Okay. So, if you hit an incline with a staff while levitating, you should slide up it like this. So, this means if you find the right spot, you can actually go through into the back door up here on your own. But I'm not exactly certain. Or, I guess it's that spot. Yep. Easy as. So, technically I don't even need this one, but I'm not always going to be playing a vocation that has levitate. Now the question is, do we go this way? No, we need to go the other way. I'll go ahead and rest. Also, so notice how I splatted there, but if you read the description of levitate, it claims it allows you to it basically implies that it saves you from splatting if you use it when you jump from great heights. But it's a blatant lie. It doesn't do that. Neither does double jump. Or double vault is what it's technically called. They don't actually do that. The game is lying to you. Which unfortunately can happen if you're not careful, because sometimes flavor text can be written as descriptions of what it can actually do, or spatial effects that aren't actually there. Wild bulls, 10 hobgoblins. Put the lantern away, taking that. And time to go slaughter some bandits. By this point, the boulder should be respawned as well. Also, make sure to check the bag here for more war bugles. Also, get you another little bottle of liquid then. It's really important. Well, it can be. Also, this pawn right here spawns after you complete off with its head. He sells elixirs that help you control your pawn's inclinations. It's very important. If you'll recall, in the second stream, I talked at length about the different inclinations and which one to avoid, namely Guardian and Nexus, and Inquisitor. Avoid those. Medicant as well. And how important they are to raising your pawns. But you also can get extra little colors and pigments to use in character creation, as both as makeup and skin colors, even hair colors. And you can also buy any quest reward weapon, like oil quest acquired weapons from here. There are also these little eyeglasses that you might like just for aesthetic purposes. Same thing with these rings. You can't see me ears, but they give you a little sparkle. They do nothing besides that. But also, at the bottom here is Art of Metamorphosis. This is basically a free character edit voucher. It will let you re-edit your character without having to start a new game, do the loop into hard mode from normal. And in the post game, there'll be one that's more expensive. This is a one-time use, and there's only one of them. But in the post game, there'll be a variant of it that's more expensive, that's permanent. Of course, every time you do New Game Plus, or every time you switch to normal and then back to hard mode and start your gameplay over or start the story over, basically, you'll have an opportunity to re-edit your character that way. So what I'm getting at is they're ways to rip crystals. You don't need them if you're willing to do any of that. Go ahead and sleep till morning. And now, off we go to Wallops and Bandits. Or get wallops from some bandits. We shall see how it goes. Incidentally, there's another little place of import right here. Entry, Warrior's Departure. Little graveyard for fallen knights, fallen soldiers. There are a couple of escort quests that come to here. Not many, but a couple. It's generally like guardsmen and the like. Okay, the wolves are back. That's a good sign. Okay, still Alright, how'd I miss you, mate? That was right, there's the boulder. Remember, you can just step by this bush here and be safe. Honestly, maybe even this bush up here. Yeah. And the bandits are back. Glory, glory be. Look at us go. There we go. Luckily, the weaker bandits up here can't throw this quest as well. So, you don't even have to tango with the toughies further down if you don't like. Or if you can get enough of these. There's a later side quest though that requires, instead of 10, 35 of the bloody things to die. And it has to be, it's specified these bandits as well. Not just any male bandit will do. Because every male bandit isn't a member of this club, even if they all look alike. Yeah, see, we got enough of them now. Unfortunately, we have to go to report to Mole, so we can't stop here. Easy as. What? Mm-hmm. How is it bad to say? You just killed your mates. You're awful passive there. Reminder, go ahead and save. Just to be, well, safe. Go ahead and give them a nice howdy-do. Not doing much damage to them, unfortunately. With Hunter's Bolt, at least. Wait, how'd you home into that guy? That's not who I shot. Oh, that one missed. That was unlucky. Did you? Oh dear. I'm glad I looked. If I started charging a shot, I would have been dead right then. Because that was a bear strike. That was a heavy blow. Wait, are there more? I think so. Except these lines. Let's check. Yeah, that's what I thought. Are there more? Or was that all of them? Okay, I think we're good. Let's find our mole. And he gives us that badge, which, again, flavor text claims will allow us to walk through this land without being abated by bandits. But it doesn't quite work that way. And of course, Ophis will give one as well that it claims will do the same for her lady bandits, but also isn't how it works. Either way, there will be side quests, or notice board quests, asking us to turn them in for reward later. So, either way, you're not going to keep them. Well, there's no use in keeping them. Go ahead and fast travel up here so we can get this over with. Go speak to Ophis. I wonder if the Chimera has respawned already. Now, hopefully we can get through here without these goober bonds getting in the muck and getting all debilitated. Because these three seem very keen on swimming. Here's an interesting thing, it's a noise trap that our phones broke before I got a chance to show you. Yep, he's respawned. So, normally big bosses take a little bit of time to respawn, 3 or 4 days. No, 4 days, but these Chimera seem to spawn just a wee bit quicker. Okay. Good, perfect block. Good job. There goes the sneaky snake. And here goes Simba. There. Is that a harpy out here? It is, indeed. Multiple. Like 3 of the bloody things. That was just high enough for her to splat. Where'd they go? Alright, come here, love. There you go. Quite literally die in a fire. So, I'm not sure if this is something you have to do, but you can report back that you fed the Cyclops to retire here. Okay, it does in fact give quest knowledge. So yeah, do that, make sure. Nah, climb up. Also, silly me, I forgot to open the shortcut. You don't actually have to go through the base here, you can go through the gate. Just pull this lever here. And now, we have an easy pathway through. Her outfit's not bad at all. She's alchemical cloak. She's wearing the lady's corset. She's striker greaves, assailant's braces, the sultry pariah waist piece, chest piece as it were, and the dragon's band head piece, helmet. Let's see if we've got anything better up here. Alchemical cloak again. And now we're all ready to do our first worm hunt quest. So we'll go ahead and do the easiest one, the quickest one, just to get it over with. So I don't take up any more of your time. And it will also double as getting us another port crystal. In fact, a couple of these worm hunt quests will give new port crystals. Incidentally, this chest always has a skeleton key in it. They're not super useful, but you never know. This chest in here, I keep forgetting to show you, sometimes has war bugles if you need those. And this lad's who we talk to for the worm hunt quests. So we want to decipher a text. So, to get all the knowledge that we can, we can go inquire to various places. One of which is the Black Cat. It's strange that it immediately directs you to the guy in the field, as opposed to having you go the loopy-loop with asking the Black Cat and then a courier. But who knows what they were thinking when they designed the quest. Alright. Wait. Wasn't that the courier? Am I insane? Maybe it's a pawn that ran by. I just saw the red box. Indeed. Pretty sure there's a code. Yeah, there he is. So he tells you the same thing that the bloke in the field will tell you, which is about he'll figure no. A hill with a figure on it that happens to have an unusual scar on its chest. Wonder who that reminds you of. So we'll just follow the road here and finally go across this bridge. So in this northern area, lots of dire wolves, lots of snow harpies, lots of bandits. Occasionally there'll be a chimera, and fun stuff like that. A little later in the game, well, actually soon after we complete this quest, there'll occasionally be something else even. And also, this only happens when you're on this quest, but this particular encounter shows up where these three bandits ambush you the first time you come through here. There's some normal goblins on the rock over there. It's a graveyard looking thing. I need to regather some stamina because some snow harpies will be here. Much as she tries to fly, we can't because she's on fire. Boy, that was very rude to dodge my shot. I think the pawns can handle the rest of them. I think there are only two left. If that. Yeah, there are two of them. Well, since you want some, I guess we can oblige. Here's yet another fort. This one is not a home to bandits though. Alright, she's wearing that adventurer's cloak, as you can see. It's pretty nice looking. It's a lovely shade of blue. And then there's one more card that's even stronger in that style. It's more of a black, midnight blue, or almost black color, called the Dragon Knight's Cloak, which is actually what the updated version of the fighter vocation preview screens wears. Some direwolves over here. Just a reminder that they're pretty much immune to ice. There are more over there, as you can see, but so here is Windbluff Tower, or Windbluff Tower. Yes, it's just another fort populated by some foreign allies as guardsmen. Welcome to North Face Forest. It's more of a nice pine forest over here. full of evergreens. Lots of snow harpies. They're everywhere, but we can't be bothered at the moment. As you can see, you can already make out markings along the hill up here. And over here, on top of that stone structure, you might can notice a bloke setting up there. That will trigger a cutscene, which is where we need to go to continue this quest. But a neat little thing on this heart scar, is a wake stone shard. What's going on up there? Okay, so they've flown into this campfire and set themselves on fire. It's been a while since I've seen that. That's pretty amusing when it happens. Typically quite rare, but pretty funny nonetheless. Alright, enough of that. Let's finish up here. Lots of areas to explore. Next time maybe there's even a healing spring right here, which does like it says on the tin. There's another one up here. And there's one here down here to the southwest. So, if you'll recall what those do, just like in Bitter Black. So this is the Dragon Forged. He is an ancient arisen, long before you, who failed to kill the dragon. Hence why he's still around. Well, he failed to kill the dragon. Presumably he failed to even face the dragon, considering he's still alive, and how those things usually work. There's our new quartz crystal. Nothing major in the chest. Typically the gathering areas here can find some interesting stuff, but there's also another bronze idol right here, in case you didn't get the one in the Witchwood. Now, to complete the quest, we just return to Sir Maximilian and Grand Soren. But first, I'm going to do something that I'm surprised I haven't done yet, because this is a handy place to have teleportation to. It's a nice central location here in the northern area. And I'm going to place a port crystal here. Now this is not where I set my second one. The second port crystal I set is always either right here or here or here are the big options. So generally, since storyline wise this is endgame stuff taking you here, I feel it's best to put one here, because it's really good to have one at a healing spring. And this is fairly close to here anyway. And I'll go ahead and tell you, you get another port crystal at the top of this tower, which you can then place here. And then extra ones you can do as you like, but this is a very common place for escort missions, so I like to place one here. And of course, I like to place one here for the back door of the Witchwood. But again, there's one in the Witchwood that you will acquire eventually. So I wait to grab that one to make this shortcut. So Yeah, we'll go over we'll go over them as we get them. So now that this is here, let's go ahead and return Horn. Well, not Horn, but Grand Soren. Now let's turn in this quest. After we turn this quest in, we will officially be in stage 3 of the game, which again doesn't open up any new side quests, but it will improve the vendor's inventory. So feel free to explore around. I've shown you every vendor in the game at this point. And check out the new loots they have. Unfortunately, since I've already looked at all the inventories before, things won't be showing up as new for me. So it's a bit difficult for me to show you just from memory the new stuff that they have. I can definitely tell you that the merchant in Dragonspire Grove, which again is down here, the first place we put a port crystal, the merchant here now has the red leather chest plate. If you're a yellow class and you like the look of red leather armor. So with that, thank you for watching, and next time we'll move on doing the worm hunt quest and go on into stage 4, which is where the second and final very large group of side quests open up when it comes to the main story. So until then, have a good day. See you later.